Section 1 of 4 Stories of Horsesense Hank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by cyndajm. 4 Stories of Horsesense Hank by Nelson Bond. The Scientific Pioneer, Part 1. Horsesense Hank could answer all the problems of science. He could even apply logic to love. But turnips? One thing about that heap of mine, it always picks the loneliest places to roll over and play doggo. It started sputtering about the time the road changed from concrete to macadam. And when the macadam trickled out into a thin sliver of bumpy dirt, it wheezed, snorted, and gave up the ghost. I said, damn, and a few things more expressive. I got out and struggled with the hood and looked at the innards and admired their incomprehensible compactness. I jiggled a few wires here and there, and nothing happened. Then I looked for telephone wires. There were none. But I discovered I wasn't alone. There was a man leaning on the worm fence across the road, watching me with drawling incuriosity. I said, "Hey, you! Is there a telephone anywhere around these parts?" He shifted a billiard ball from his left cheek to his right, squinted, shook his head. "Nope," he said. "How about a garage?" I asked. "How far is it to the nearest garage?" He bobbed his head northward. 2 miles? Maybe 2.5? He said. "Thanks," I told him, "for the poisonous information." I locked the car and started in the direction he'd pointed out. I'd taken a dozen steps when he halted me. "Swim good?" he asked. I looked at him, then at the dull, gray February sky, then at the dappled patches of unthawed snow clinging to the roots and hollows. "I'm a duck," I said, "not a penguin. I stick to hot water in the winter. I hold the All-American freestyle record for February bathtub paddling." "Why?" "That's what," he said, "I figured. You can't go that way then. Bridge is out, and river's 1/2 mile wide. You better go t'other direction." I glared at him. "Say it," I said. "How far?" 15 miles? He guessed. 16 more like. 16 miles. I did the only thing I could think of. I kicked my buggy in the bumper, then collapsed onto the running board. Hell's beacons, man, I can't walk that far. Not without my Boy Scout axe. What am I going to do? I got to get to Westville before dark. My car's on the squeegee, and so far as I'm concerned, that thing under the hood is a deep, dark mystery. He said, "Let's see," interestedly, and gangled over the fence. He lifted the hood and stared into the maw of my crate. His eyes darted from one piece of machinery to another. After a while, he began to mumble to himself, and once he nodded. Then he muttered, "'Pears like it ought to be this'n here." He reached in and touched something. It clinked. He tightened it. "Try her now," he said. "Wiggle something. Make her go." "Sure," I said caustically. "All I need's a nice long hill." But I climbed in and kicked the starter. Then I yelled, because the old jalopy gave one disgusted snort and then began to purr like a fireside tabby. "She roars," he said. "Purty, don't she?" "She do indeed," I told him exuberantly. "Say, friend, why didn't you tell me you were a mechanic? You've saved me 3 aspirins and a broken arch." "Me? A mechanic?" he drawled. "Shucks, mister. I ain't never seen the innards of one of them things before." "You've never?" I chuckled. "Cut the comedy. Then how did you know what to do to make it start?" He squirmed a trifle embarrassedly, I thought, and he shuffled his feet. Well, now it just stood to reason, he said. Seems like that thingamajig hanging on the whatchamacallit shoulda... I grinned. Okay, pal, you got secrets, I got secrets. All godchildren's got secrets. Anyway, thanks for the first aid. Here's a little something for your... But he shook his head. Oh, that's all right, he mumbled. 'Twarn't nothing, mister. So long. He grinned and ambled off across the field, and that was that. I reached Westville before dark, found the man I'd been sent out to interview, and told him who I was. I'm Jim Blakeson, I said. There's a rumor that I'm the Public Relations Department for Midland University. It's a phony. Between you and me and the League of Nations, I'm really the third assistant errand boy for Culture Incorporated. Now, about this new comet you discovered. Midland is all upsy-daisy to find such a promising young amateur astronomer in the state. They're willing to subsidize you to the extent of a newer and larger telescope if you'll agree to act as a lay member of their observatory staff. What say? The ham stargazer, Hawkins was his name, turned a delicate shade of mauve. It was happiness, I think. For a minute I thought he was going to kiss me. Then delight went out and he shook his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Blakeson, but I can't accept your offer. I'd love to, but the truth of the matter is, I'm not the man who discovered that comet. I said, wait a minute, maybe I'm in the wrong galaxy. You're Hawkins, aren't you? You're the guy who plotted the comet's course, no? I'm Hawkins. I plotted its course, but I didn't discover it. His spirits were down around his shoelaces now. That was done by a neighbor of mine a few miles down the way, chap by the name of Hank Cleaver. Horsesense Hank, we call him. My extrasensory perception percepted. Don't look now, I said, but is this Horsesense Hank a long, cold drink of wisdom about 30 years old, given to a lack of speech and habit of chewing tobacco? That's Hank, said the youngster. He's the one. He's no astronomer, you understand, but he happened to stop by one night while I was charting. I started to explain something about cometary orbits, and after a while he said he allowed as how I ought to take a careful look in the region of Beta Draconis. I did, and, well, there it was, the new comet. He said he just figured as how there ought to be one there. Kid, I said solemnly, something tells me the discovery of that comet was peanuts. Just peanuts. I'm going to get you that subsidy anyway, and tomorrow morning, I'm going back to have another talk with that guy who earned it for you. So I did. I found Horsesense Hank poking around in his South 40, and I told him what I wanted. He didn't answer for so long that I thought maybe the shock had killed him. I asked anxiously, well, Hank, what's the word? Turnips, he said mournfully, is hell. It don't matter where you plant 'em or how careful. They never do what you expect. Oh, you mean about the university? Well, I don't guess it'd do no harm. I'll go if you want me to. I do, I told him with savage satisfaction. All my life, I've wanted to see what would happen when a man with plain, ordinary horse sense crossed gray matter with a bunch of animated reference books. You're the party of the first part. Look, Hank, suppose you were out hunting with another guy. You see the flash of his gun. 10 seconds later, you hear the boom. How far away from him are you? A game, maybe? Asked Hank. He pondered for a minute while I waited, wondering if I'd cleaned the machine the first time or if this was a perpetual jackpot. Then, how cold is it? Asked Hank. I almost yelped with joy. Say about 68, I said. Hank said, well then, I reckon he'd be about 2 mile off. Trifle more, maybe. Why? I demanded. How did you know? Hank looked perplexed. He said, well, it seems as if, that's all. And that, I told him, is all I wanted to know. Come on, my friend, let's go puzzle the pedagogues. The only thing stuffier than the office of H. Logan McDowell, Midland University president, was H. Logan himself. Hank and I entered the outer office, ran a gauntlet of upturned noses, and were finally informed by a pair of glinting pince-nez that Dr. McDowell will see you now, if you please. We pleased. Beauty and the Beast greeted us. H. Logan's daughter might be a chippy off the old blockhead, but they look about as much alike as me and my passport picture. She smiled at us as we entered, and life was all sugar and Santa Claus. Our pal the Prexy lurched and wobbled in the depths of his swivel chair, gave it up as a bad job, motioned us to seats, and harumphed. Well, Blakeson, might I interrogate as to the reason for this unexpected visitation? If, I deciphered, you mean why am I here? Sure. This is an unveiling. Take off your polysyllables, Doctor. You're in the presence of genius. Genius? McDowell stared distastefully at Hank's mail-order suit and bulldog shoes. Genius? When you say that, I advised, grovel. You see before you, Doc, a man deserving of the finest faculty position dear old MU has to offer. Meet Hank Cleaver, the human slide rule. McDowell frowned. I deplore, Blakeson, your unacademic speech habits. Furthermore, you are undoubtedly aware that there are at present no unoccupied seats on the Midland faculty. If your friend would care to deposit his credentials with my secretary, however, and write an application for admittance to our staff. Horsesense Hank's eyes accused mine. Right, Jim? Shucks. You can tell me I had to write nothing. You know I can't, right? Indignation overcame Prexy McDowell's inertia. He came to his feet quivering like a radium finder in a bucket full of pitch blende. What? Blakeson, do you mean to tell me you have the effrontery to suggest for addition to our faculty a man who can neither read nor write? Young man, this time you have gone too far. I fail to recognize the humor in this situation. I'll have you. Look, Prexy, I said, sit down, take the load off your brains. You didn't hire me, and you can't fire me. I report to the advisory council. Now, listen to me. This man is the greatest find since Pharaoh's daughter went snipe hunting in the bulrushes. He knows stuff and things. Stuff? Wheezed the college president. Things? Ask him. Anything at all. He's got more answers than a quiz program. McDowell stiffened like a strychnine victim. I refuse, he proclaimed stentoriously, to lend myself to such a display, the dignity of my office. Helen McDowell had been staring at Hank with frank curiosity. Now she said, Papa, why don't you follow Jim's suggestion? Ask Mr. Cleaver a question. That got him. Very well, he said. I will ask a single question, but if he fails to answer it... He had a dirty look in his eyes. I said, serve it straight, Doc. No tricky place names or technical phrases. I shall merely ask our rustic friend, said McDowell stiffly, to explain to us the fundamental laws of motion as established by Sir Isaac Newton. And he glared at Hank and me malevolently. Merely. I looked at Hank, and the blank expression on his pan gave me the queasies. He said wonderingly, Sir Isaac Newton, Jim? Who's he? Skip that part, Hank, I advised. What the doc wants to know is what natural laws apply to things moving. You know, what do they have to do or can't do? Oh! Hank's brow furrowed. He knotted his ham-like paws and unknotted them again. Finally, a light shone in his eyes, and he said, Well, far as I can see, first thing is they can't get going by themselves. Or if once they do, they can't stop less'n something stops them. I glanced at McDowell, who had gulped audibly, and said, Keep going, Guy. You're hot as a firecracker. Well, seems like everything in motion makes an equal motion like itself, and it don't matter whether what it acts on is still or moving. And if there's anything else acting along with it, both movements is going to have a say in the showdown. Me, I'm a publicity man, not a physicist. It was all a deep fog in my mind, but McDowell's eyes were bulging. Go on, he ordered grimly. Lastwise, drawled Hank, 'pears like whenever there's a movement one way, there ought to be an equal kickback t'other way. He hesitated for a long moment, then he shrugged. Reckon that's all I can think of offhand. McDowell repeated numbly, that's all he can think of offhand, and staggered to his chair. He tottered for seconds, then dropped into it. The product of a genius's thoughts for years, and he solves it in 5 minutes. Then he snapped out of it, and he was sore. You, Blakeson, he yelled. Yeah? This is one of your tricks? What do you mean by this outrageous imposture? You can't deceive me. This man has studied physics. He knows... Physics? Interrupted Hank eagerly. Say you're darn tootin' I studied physics. And take it from me, all these here now drugstore things ain't no good. You get a batch of fresh wild cherry saplings, boil them in water for about half an hour, and add... Quiet, I pleaded, is requested for the sake of those who are asleep. Dr. McDowell, I give you my word of honor, Hank is just what he appears to be. A man of the soil, gifted with great talents, or rather, one great talent, that of common sense. A moment, McDowell silenced me with an uplifted palm. Mr. Cleaver, are you acquainted with the principles of Mendel? Nope, acknowledged Hank cheerfully. Perhaps then you'd be kind enough to derive an answer for this question. A man has a black dog and a white one. He mates them. Female whelps 4 pups. Of the 4, how many will you expect to be black and how many white? Horsesense Hank cast a sidelong glance at Helen and blushed, but he didn't bat an eyelash. This here now black hound, what color was his old man and woman? They were also black. And to other, one's mammy and pappy was white? We will, said Dr. McDowell weakly, assume that to be so. He knew he'd lost again. And so he had, for Hank's answer was bland simplicity. Why then, their pups would just naturally have to be all black. How do you know? Demanded McDowell faintly. Just seems as if, said Hank. He scratched his head. Course, he said cautiously, them there wouldn't be good show dogs, them pups. They wouldn't breed true worth a damn. Next time they is mated, their pups would be mixed colors, say about 3-1 for the blacks. President McDowell shuddered violently. He fell back into his chair, covered his eyes with shaking fingers. Take him away, he pleaded. A lifetime of study, and get him out of my sight, Jim Blakeson. Ugh! Last I saw of him, he was ripping the diplomas off his office walls, tearing them into shreds of despair. Footnote. The 2 fundamental principles usually termed Mendelian are 1. That of alternative inheritance, viz. That of 2 corresponding but contrasting pairs of characters of the parents. Only one appears in the offspring. This is known as the dominant character. The character not appearing is the recessive character. 2. The law of segregation of characters, according to which both dominant and recessive characters reappear pure in 25% of each of the offspring of hybrids. Editor. End of section 1. Section 2 of 4 Stories of Horsesense Hank by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. The Scientific Pioneer, Part 2. So that was that, but Horsesense Hank didn't go back to his turnip patch because Helen McDowell followed us from the office, her eyes glowing. She said, "He's marvelous, Jim, marvelous. What are you going to do now?" "I was thinking," I told her gloomily, "of trying a perfect crime with your old man as X marks the spot. Any objections?" She said thoughtfully, "You might want to wait till I get next month's allowance. Daddy's not so bad when you get used to him, Jim. But I mean about Mr. Cleaver. Is he planning to stay here in town?" Hank shuffled his feet. "Seems if I ought to go back to my turnips," he opined. "Darn things'll go to seed if I don't." Helen turned it on, and what I mean, when she really did, it really went on. Her smile wasn't even directed my way, but I caught the backwash and made next year's New Year's resolutions 10 months in advance. "But how disappointing, Mr. Cleaver. I was hoping we might have dinner somewhere and talk a little while." "Great idea," I said. "I'll call Tony's." "Just the two of us," she continued. "Alone." Hank swallowed with difficulty and stayed. Who wouldn't? So I put him up at my apartment. At first he demurred. "I don't want to be no expense to you, Jim," he protested. But he wasn't, because one night I took him to the college club, a gambling joint on the outskirts of town. He looked awful in a rented dinner jacket, the smartly garbed croupiers laughing when he walked into the casino. But he who laughs last, laughs last. We moved to the roulette table and watched for a few minutes. Finally, red came up 3 times running, so when the croupier called for bets, I laid a couple chips on the black. Hank frowned. As the white ball rattled around in its groove, he reached out suddenly, moved my chips to the other side of the board, to the red. I said, "Hey, wait a minute, guy, don't be a..." Then the ball stopped rolling and the attendant purred, "21 red, passé," and raked to my little bet an equal number of chips. I pointed at the neat, even rows of chips and bills stacked before the croupier. "You see that stuff, my friend? That's money, not hay. You may be a genius at some things, but this is the old gambola, a risk any way you look at it. Lay off my bets." And this time I moved my entire bet to the black column. Why not? It was due. But Hank said plaintively, "Shucks, Jim, it stands to reason." And once again he reached out, shifted my bet to the red. Someone in the crowd snickered. I went to move it back, but the croupier, faintly haughty, said, "No further play, sir, if you please." Then the ball stopped on the red 36. I looked at Hank. He looked back guiltily. "It seemed like it ought to, Jim," he said. I gave up. I handed him my chips. I said, "This is where I get off. Take over, Professor. I gotta see a man about a town car." I walked to the bar for a drink. I felt sort of sorry for the owners of College Club. It was tough luck for them that after all these years they should be the ones to play host to the first foolproof system in the history of gambling. About 20 minutes later, the crowd was shoulder deep around the roulette table. I decided it was time to go take a look-see and fought my way to Hank's side. When I reached there, I found that play had been temporarily halted. The croupier, green-gilled and glistening with sweat, stood before an almost chipless board. The counters were chin-high before Hank. The manager pressed through, spoke briefly to the croupier, then turned to Hank. "I understand, sir, you wish to make a final wager against the house? Your entire stake on the fall of a single number?" Hank nodded, embarrassed at being the center of contention. "I sort of thought," he gulped, "it might be smart." I groaned. The chips before Hank were a rainbow. At a rough estimate, he was about 30 grand to the pink. To stake all that on one roll? A 38-1 shot for a 35-1 return? "No, Hank," I tugged his coat sleeve. "Cash in. Don't take a crazy chance like that." He looked at me aggrievedly. But it ain't what you might call a chance, Jim. 'Pears to me like it's a sure thing for number 19 to come up. Way I see it." He nodded to the manager. "Let her ride. The works on number 19. Manager nodded to the croupier. The croupier set the tiny ball spinning. The crowd tensed, and a white blur chittered its unpredictable path around the whirling wheel. The wheel slowed, the ball slowed, my heart slowed. Then all three swooped into action, the last with a lurching thump. The ball hesitated on the rim of the 00, bounced to the 32, jogged to the lip of the 19, settled there, then hopped. The watchers groaned, and the voice of the croupier was a high, thin bleat. 24 black passé. My town car, my penthouse, and my financial independence went whoopity flicker, like the tag end of a film ratcheting through a projector. I glared into Hank's bewildered face, bawled at him accusingly. "See? You dope? All because you—" He looked dazed, incredulous. He stammered, "But it had to be the 19, Jim. It couldn't be anything else. Don't you see? It couldn't." "It couldn't," I wailed, "but it was. You—" Then he was no longer limp, uncertain, at my side. He was making a leaping dive across the table at the croupier. The man yipped once, lunged backward, and a pellet rolled from his hand. It was a duplicate of that which now spun in the roulette wheel, but not quite a dupe. Instead of solid ivory, I knew it would turn out to have a steel core, responsive to magnetic influence. The only thing that could break down the analytical perfection of Horsesense Hank was a gimmick. A gimmick is a polite way of describing a cheap gambling trick. "The darned crook!" Hank was howling. "He gypped me. I knew 19 was due, just as sure as fate it was due." These were the last intelligible words for quite a while, for at that instant some resourceful employee jerked a switch, plunging the college club into darkness. People began to scream and struggle and run. I heard the meaty impact of flesh on flesh, then the clatter of ivory tokens on the polished flooring. I remembered thinking sadly, "Goodbye, Mr. Chips." Then a more brilliant thought struck me. I remembered that those ivories were cashable at any time. Tomorrow, after the excitement had died down, I scrambled for the abandoned table, scooped up 2 double handfuls, then 2 more. It was our money, rightly. I hightailed it for the exit. Took me a little time to get away. Everyone else had the same idea, but I finally made it. There was no use looking for Hank in that mob, so I grabbed a taxi to town, hoping he'd be able to come home under his own power. But he was already home when I got there. He was just finishing a financial census at my desk, dreamily counting crisp, crunchy bills into piles before him. And 78, 879. He saw me and grinned. "Hi, Jim. Got part of what I deserved anyhow. See? About $6,000. I sniffed. "Chicken feed. I got the rest of it. The real stuff. $10 chips." With a calm, superior smile, I began to unload my colorful cargo beside his pile of green, but Hank didn't look enthusiastic. I waited for the oohs and the ahs, and when none came, I snapped. "Well, what's the matter? You sore because I made out better than you did?" He shifted uncomfortably and refused to meet my eye. He said, "Well, it ain't exactly that, Jim, only—" "Only what?" "Only," he gulped, "them chips ain't gonna do much good, way I figure. 'Pears to me, like after what happened tonight, that there place ain't never gonna open up no more." He was right, of course. Hank was always right. "I still have 2 hatfuls of roulette chips. You can have them. Parcel post collect." The college club folded the next morning, but the story of why it collapsed got around, and Hank became something of a celebrity. That's how, in spite of Doc McDowell's pig-headedness, the rest of the Midland University faculty got to hear about my rural protege. To hear was to visit. To visit was to listen with awe. They handed him stumpers. He uprooted them and handed them back with QEDs tacked on them. At first, Horsesense Hank was sort of a perambulating parlor game to the professoriate. They came, they tried out on him the trick questions to which they, and presumably only they, knew the answers. No. They asked him about the variable nature of light waves. He derived, alone and unaided, a formula which Professor Hallowell of the physics department identified as the Lorentz-Fitzgerald contraction. They asked him about electronic structures. First, they had to tell him what an electron was. After that, he did the talking. He confused me and practically everyone else present. He kept talking about a whatchamacallit. Finally, Dr. Enderby of the Blair Research Foundation pinned him down as to the exact nature of this mysterious something. Blair grayed visibly when he discovered that Hank's whatchamacallit was identical in meaning, value, and structure with H, that abstruse physical concept known as Planck's constant. Hank offered apologetically, "They ain't no word to describe it exactly. It just is, that's all. I reckon if you wanted to, you could say that it was the difference in energy values in them there light rays we've been talking about, but that ain't all. It's more than that. It's also the amount of difference in the way things are. I mean, when you bet or gamble, the whatchamacallit comes into the picture." Blair wept. "Heisenberg, the uncertainty factor, identical with Planck's constant." He went home gibbering. Then the graybeards realized that Hank was not just a freak, he was the answer man in person. They started digging up toughies that had stymied them for years. They served them in simple language, and Hank dished up replies in homespun. Me, I don't pretend to understand half the stuff I heard him talking about, so you'll have to overlook if I botch the job of retelling. I recall hearing an astronomer ask one night, "Mr. Cleaver, what, in your opinion, is the explanation for the observed fact that celestial bodies apparently always move in conic sections of elliptic or infinite orbits?" Hank twiddled his fingers and said, "Why, 'pears to me that's on account of nature is lazy." Someone ejaculated, "Nature lazy?" "Sure. Moving things take the shortest path." The astronomer, frankly dubious, said, "But really, an ellipse could hardly do that because a shortest path." "No," said Hank. "You take a flat piece of paper, quickest way across it, it's a straight line, ain't it?" "Naturally." "You take a globe of the world, though, and things don't work the same. You want to go from, say, Los Angeles to Japan. You wouldn't follow straight across one of them lines of latitude, would you? You'd sort of hump up by way of Alaska." A listener nodded eagerly. "That's right. You'd take the arc of a great circle, the great circle route." "Well," said Hank, "same thing in the universe, which has got, near as I can figure out, another right angle in it besides the ones we know and see." "You mean another dimension? A fourth dimension?" "Call it that. Anyhow, in this sort of super globe, which has 4 dimensions, stands to reason that the shortest distance from one point to another will be a closed figure, a sort of lopsided circle." That stopped them cold for a moment, but Tompkins, the astronomer, wasn't through yet. "Our observations, Hank, also indicate that in this universe, every other galaxy is running away from ours as fast as it can. Why is this?" Cleaver repeated unbelievingly, "Running away?" "Yes, our spectroscopes show a redshift in the apparent motion of all stars. This proves that the universe is expanding." "Why, no," said Hank. "Gosh, no." "No?" "Well, you got it all backward," explained Horsesense Hank. "What you're saying ain't reasonable. Truth of the matter is, universe ain't expanding at all. It's just a standing still. Reason things look that way to us is because we're contracting." And that really did stop them. even when Hank explained that the same effect would be visible to a man standing in the middle of the floor of a gigantic room while the walls receded, as would be visible to a man shrinking in the middle of a normal-sized room. They didn't get it, but they tried. They took it home to sleep on. So grew the fame of Horsesense Hank, and while all this was going on, another thing was happening too. Hank was seeing Helen McDowell practically every night, and, well, if you've ever seen a supercharged carton of honey and dynamite like Helen, you know the inevitable results. Love with a capital boom. Old McDowell had a fit. E-I-E-I-O. But it did him no good. His mood was one of kill and boo, but Helen's was one of bill and coo. It got so every time I saw Hank and Helen together, they looked a reproduction of the Laocoon group. Footnote. Laocoon was a priest of Apollo who warned the Trojans against the wooden horse of the Greeks. As a result, he and his 2 sons were destroyed by serpents sent by Athena, who'd placed her bet on Greece. This mythological tragedy is portrayed in a magnificent statue now in the Vatican at Rome. Editor. End of footnote. And then the ripples in the path of true love began to straighten out. The Isamander Research Fund heard about Hank and granted him a $5,000 fellowship, and Dr. McDowell snorted, "Preposterous! They must be crazy." Then the Lowell Observatory made him an honorary member for his great help in unveiling the mystery of white dwarf stars, and McDowell said, "What do you think of that?" Then the Advisory Council of Midwestern U went over our Prexy's head and offered Hank the chair of General and Practical Sciences, and McDowell, bug-eyed, told me hopefully, "You know, Jim, the first time I saw that young man, I said he'd go places." And when the Nobel Committee voted to Hank Cleaver the annual awards for outstanding work in the fields of physics, astronomy, and psychology, McDowell capitulated completely. He rubbed his hands together, beamed like an April morning, and said, "God bless you, my children. Would you like block letters or script on the announcements? Anything at all to please your little hearts." So it was arranged. A big church wedding for Helen and Hank, and of course I was to be best man, and Hank should have been the happiest guy alive, but was he? No. As the days narrowed toward the fateful one, he began to grow moody and thoughtful. Several times I caught him sitting by himself, pondering and shaking his head. Once I heard him mutter in a low undertone, "Maybe it wouldn't exactly work like that." He was puzzling out some deep problem. Just what, I didn't know. I was too busy to quiz him about it. And then came the day when the wedding bells were to peal. I went to the church to see that everything was in apple pie order. I left Hank wandering in a sort of daze, impressed on him the necessity of being there at 11 sharp, told him to take a drink and stop looking like Sidney Carton, and wondered if he'd stop the ceremony to tell the preacher his words were unreasonable. Time zipped by. The guests began to arrive. The organist came in and started practicing. The preacher came. Helen arrived, surrounded by a bevy of chattering bridesmaids, but no Hank. I called the apartment. The phone continued to laugh at me. Dr. McDowell came back to the vestry room and pouted. "Where is he, Jim? It's getting near 11. "He must be on his way," I said hopefully. But 11 came, and still no Hank. And then it was 11:15 and 11:30, and people were beginning to cough and get restless. One of the bridesmaids got hysterical. Helen shot Emily Post to the four winds and came to me in the vestry room almost in tears. "Jim," she pleaded, "he's not here. He must have been hurt or something. Can't you find out?" "I'll try," I told her. She left and her old man came in. He was upset, and I don't mean he had a hangover. His eyes bulged like bumps on a cucumber. "Blakeson," he bellowed, "where's Cleaver?" "Do I look like a crystal ball?" I snarled. "Sit tight. Amuse the crowd with card tricks. I'm going to find him." And I went. But somehow I had a feeling it was a futile gesture. I hope the card tricks were good. They had to be to hold that crowd because it took me 3 days to find my friend Hank. And I finally located him in, you guessed it, the South 40 of his farm near Westville. Hank had reverted to the soil. Once again, he was clad in coveralls and bulldog shoes. He'd turned his back on civilization as a snake discards last year's skin, and the mouth that had once taught pedagogues was again clogged to the incisors with cut plug. He saw me coming across the field, rose and dusted his knees and shook his head dolefully. "Nope, Jim," he said. "It ain't no use asking. I ain't a-going back." "Man," I told him, "you're crazy. Don't you know the whole university's in a fever because you skipped out? Why did you go? Helen's all busted up. Don't you love her?" He made a vain, twisting gesture with his hands. His eyes were bleak. "Yup, Jim," he said. "Then for goodness sakes, why did you do it?" He gulped wretchedly. I can't marry her, Jim. I just can't. That's all there is to it." "Why?" I was sore now. "For Satan's sake, why? Something like this deserves an explanation." "On account," he said. "On account of it wouldn't work." "It wouldn't," I stared at him. "Come clean." He said, "I figured it all out, and it won't work. Say I marry her, all right? Pretty soon stands to reason we'd have a youngster. A boy, I figure. Some more years would pass, he'd grow up. First thing you know, he'd be a man himself, and he'd up and fall in love with a girl. And it just naturally stands to reason that him being the kind of boy he'd be, and me being the kind of man I am, we'd be sure to have a big ruckus because..." I stared at him. "Because?" "'Cause the kind of girl he'd fall for," said Hank, "would be some darn chorus girl, and..." Hank's voice was heavy with parental firmness. "They ain't no son of mine gonna marry no chorus girl." I felt like yesterday's lettuce. I said faintly, But that's ridiculous, Hank. You can't know." "I do know, Jim. Afore I met Helen, I never worried none about the future. Let every day take care of itself. But when we planned on getting hitched, I started figuring out the logical results. The results that had to be by natural cause and effect." He shrugged. "And that's the answer. So it's better to never start the chain that'd make us all unhappy." He held out a bronzed paw. "It's been nice knowing you, Jim. You come visit me once in a while, will you? And if you ever get in a jam and I can help, just say the word." I said, "So you mean it then? The world offers you everything, fame, money, glory, love, and you're going to stay here in this cheesy little old turnip patch?" "Don't say that, Jim," Hank said swiftly. "This is the best place in the world for me because I'm too darn logical. And this is the one place where I'm at a disadvantage." "What?" I asked, wondering. "Do you mean?" He shook his head, dolefully this time. "Turnips," said Horsesense Hank. "Everything else in the whole wide world I can figure the results of, but turnips is hell. It don't matter where you plant 'em or what you try. They don't never do what you expect 'em to." End of section 2. Section 3 of 4 Stories of Horsesense Hank by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. The Scientific Pioneer Returns. Chapter 1. Time was no barrier to Lancelot Biggs when he found out Horsesense Hank alone could solve his problem. This sounds silly. At 3:30 on a Tuesday afternoon, in broad daylight, Professor Hallowell of the Midland University Physics Department left Jernigan Hall, walked down a campus path clogged to the gutters with students, and disappeared into thin air. This sounds even sillier. At 9:15 the next Friday morning, Travis Tompkins, chief technician of Midland's new observatory, stepped to the platform of Old Main to speak before an attentive crowd of 1,200 undergraduates, and vanished before their eyes. But this sounds silliest. H. Logan McDowell, fat, 50, feverish, and president of our Institute of alleged learning, came to me about it. He came on the run. That is, he came at a brisk, lurching shamble, which is, to him, the equivalent of a Cunningham 4-minute mile. He collapsed on my studio couch, gasped and panted like the White King for a minute, then wheezed out a strangled plea. "Blakeson, you've got to do something." I looked at his gaping mouth and bulging eyes and nodded. "Right," I remembered. "I've got to rewind my bass rod and see that the reel is oiled. They'll be running in a week or so." "No, you impertinent young snippet! I mean, you've got to do something about these mysterious disappearances." I laughed right out loud. I bared my arms frankly. I said, "Grab a look, Prexy. Nothing up the right sleeve, nothing up the left sleeve. I didn't snatch your pedagogues. After all, just because certain members of the faculty find it expedient to take a powder." "A what?" "Powder," I repeated. "Can't you understand plain English? To lift one's feet, scram, blow, take it on the lamb. Sweet whistleberries, Doc. I'm not something from the 'Follow that man' advertisements. I'm just the publicity expert for this football team with a campus. If you want to learn what happened to Hallowell and Tompkins, why don't you get a dick?" His jowls sagged to his breastbone. He said in an anguished tone, "I suppose that means a detective? I did hire one." "Well, and what did he find out, aside from the well-known facts that Hallowell was carrying the torch for Red-Headed Senior and Tompkins was up to his zipper in debt? Did he dig up any clues? Footprints, blunt instruments, or ashes with rare cigarettes dangling on the end of them?" "He didn't," said H. Logan in a hollow voice, "find anything, Blakeson. He disappeared too." I said, Oh, which was inadequate, but it was all I could think of at the moment. "That's bad. It must be contagious. But where do I fit into the picture? Why ask me to do something?" H. Logan wrestled with his scruples for a long and difficult moment, then suddenly, "Cleaver," he blurted, "where is that man?" Merely saying the name cost him an effort. And why not? Hank Cleaver was the one soul whose amiable meanderings crossing the life path of H. Logan McDowell had interrupted the smooth flow of traffic along that broad highway, torn up the roadbed, and sprinkled tar and gravel along the right-of-way. The common-sense genius of Hank Cleaver had made McDowell look like a cross between a baboon and a stuffed shirt, with the baboon getting the worst of the bargain. Then, to cap the climax, Hank had handed Prexy's daughter the jilt, leaving sweet Helen high and dry at the altar when he returned to his beloved cabbage patch on his farm. To say that McDowell was unfond of Cleaver would be like saying that nice people disapprove of Herr Hitler. About the campus, it was commonly rumored that the president of Midland had a little china doll into which each midnight he jabbed many red-hot needles. The plaything wore coveralls and bulldog shoes, just like Hank Cleaver. I said, "So, you're going to call in Horsesense Hank?" "Don't talk about him," growled McDowell savagely. "Find him. If we don't solve this mystery soon, we're going to have FBI men romping all over our campus. The reputation of glorious Midland will be ruined. Our noble banners, heretofore untouched by the faintest breath of scandal." "Okay," I said hastily. Save that for the alumni banquet. I'll see what I can do, Doc. He left, making noises like a sizzling steak, and I got on the phone. But the results were strictly stinko. I grabbed a blank on my first call. The local operator at Westville intoned, "No, please, sorry, police. There is no telephone listed under the name of Kleber." "Back up," I snorted, "and start over. Look, sis. C as in cuckoo. L as in lunkhead. E as in..." "Oh, is that you, Mr. Blakeson?" she chirruped. "I knew you by the description." Ouch. "I'm sorry I can't connect you with Mr. Cleaver. Do you want to talk to Mr. Hawkins?" "Yeah," I said, "gimme." Hawkins was the amateur stargazer working in Westville as a lay member of the Midland Observatory staff. He owed his reputation to Hank and his income to me. But he turned out to be a perfect bust, and I don't mean the Venus de Milo. He said, "Hank Cleaver?" "No, Jim, I haven't seen him for several days. I don't know where he is. But why do you want him? What's the matter? Is anything wrong?" "Is anything," I countered, "right? Look, Hawkins, take a run out to his farm, find Hank, and tell him I got to see him immediate." "Who's there?" "Nobody," said Hawkins querulously, "but our Party Line subscribers, they're always listening in. What's ailing you, Jim?" "I wasn't talking to you. There's somebody at the door of my apartment." "Who's there?" I bawled again. No answer, so I said to Hawkins, "Well, do what I say. Find Cleaver. Tell him I've got to see him immediately, if not sooner, and let me know the minute you find him. So long. Oh, wait a minute, can't you?" I hung up and stormed to the door, my foot itching to bury itself in the southern exposure of a salesman facing north. I flung it open, yelled, "No! I don't want some. Go peddle your damn junk somewhere else." And then my jaw hit the top button of my vest. "Hank!" "Hiya, Jim," said Horsesense Hank. Big as life and twice as natural, there's only one Horsesense Hank Cleaver. When they poured him, they laughed so hard they dropped the mold and broke it. Tall and gangly, so thin of cheek that the cud which constantly caresses his bicuspid sticks out like a cue ball. Tow-colored ravelings of hair, waving experimentally in all directions. Raw-boned of wrist, eyes mild and incurious as those of a heifer. That is my pal, Hank Cleaver. I clapped him on the back and dragged him by main force into my apartment. "Golly, guy, I am glad to see you. You look a million. Do you know, I've been slaving like a census taker to find you. I called Westville and..." "I figured," said Hank mildly, "as how you might be." The wind whooshed out of my sails. I gulped it. "Mm-hmm. Heard a feller say as how there'd been some funny goings on down this-a-way. Thought to myself, well now, Hank, 'pears like first thing you know, old Jim'll be needing a mite of help. So you better hump along and give him a lift.' So I come and," he beamed, "here I am." "Yes," I said weakly, "here you are." Damn it, I don't know why I should have been surprised, especially after having lived under the same roof as this gawky genius for 3 solid months. But as ever, it utterly confounded me to realize that Hank's thought processes were so simple, so altogether down to earth and natural, that he invariably did the right thing at the right time. I said, "And a mighty good thing you came to. But your turnips, Hank, how?" He shook his head dolefully. Turnip growing was Hank's one and only obsession. "Turnips," he grimaced, "is hell. It don't matter how you plant 'em, or where, or when, or what you do. They don't never act like you expect 'em to. I plant 'em wide, I plant 'em close. I plant 'em in cuts and slips and seeds. I plant 'em yeller, white, and mottled. I water 'em and potash 'em and treat 'em like babies, and still I can't make 'em behave." He wedged a bulldog tiptoe into the rug and looked at me from under his bushy brows. "Helen?" he asked. "How's Helen?" "Iroquois," I told him grimly. "Come again?" "After your scalp. Didn't you ever hear the adage about Satan's old homestead having no fury like a woman left out on the limb? If you bump into Helen McDowell, pal, you better fly, not run to the nearest cavern." Hank cracked his knuckles in misery. "Couldn't do nothing else, Jim. Couldn't marry her. 'Tweren't logical." "So," I reminded him, "aren't females, but never mind that, Hank. Let's get down to brass tacks. The reason I wanted to see you." "I know about the way them's men's been disappearing," he said. He rose and walked to my radio set. "'Pears like you ought to have this turned on. With all the trouble, seems like you'd be listening for news bulletins." "It's busted," I said. "It hasn't worked for weeks." "No?" He shifted it around, peered into the maze of coils, tubes, wires, and utter incomprehensibles that comprised a modern radio set. Never seed the inners of one of these things afore. Interesting, ain't it?" His lean fingers began weaving among the gleaming entrails. A tiny crease appeared over his right eye. He muttered as he pushed and jiggled and explored. "This one goes there. That one goes there. 'Pears like, well, I'll be derned." Something clicked and his fingers made a twisting motion. He grinned at me. "How do you make her talk, Jim?" "She doesn't. She's a deaf mute. But that veneer on the left," he turned it. My long, silent radio went freak and became coherent. Strains of hot jive assaulted my eardrums. I moaned. "Hank, do you know everything? The repairman who looked at it said it would never work again. He said—" "He just wanted to sell you a new one," consoled my friend. "I kind of figured as how adjusting that little hunk of metal would fix it, you see." But I never got to see, for at that moment my eyes went wobbly all of a sudden. Out of nowhere came a brilliant light, flooding the room with blinding intensity. There was no sound, just that sharp, bright glare, and my arms tingled with a sort of electric vibration. And as I blinked, the light coalesced into a form. It was roughly the form of a man, and from where its head ought to be, there came a strange, strained, hollow voice. "Biggs." Then the light flickered and was gone, and with it was gone the voice and the last vestige of my self-control. I let loose one squawk, out loud, and dived for the darkness and comparative security of the region under the couch. Not so Hank. He stood stock still in the middle of the floor. I yelled at him, "Hank, did you do that? Did you touch something on the radio?" There was a faint, puzzled look on his face. "Nope, Jim, I didn't do nothing." "Did you see him too?" "I saw him, whoever he was, but who? How?" "I don't know." Slowly. "Lestwise, the only thing I can think of is so darned unlikely. Hey, listen!" The radio music had stopped suddenly. The voice of the announcer was clear, crisp, ominous. "Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt this program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin. Flash. Midland University campus. Dr. H. Logan McDowell, president of this institution, vanished suddenly 5 minutes ago from the midst of a group of friends gathered at his home to discuss 2 similar occurrences at Midland within the past week. Police efforts to solve the mystery were hampered by the ensuing panic. A diabolic plot against the persons of eminent American educators is feared by observers." The rest was lost to us. Frenzied footsteps beat a tappity-tappity path to the door of my apartment, and nervous hands beat wooden panels. A sweet, familiar voice, now high-pitched in fright, cried, "Jim! Jim Blakeson, quick!" The door and sheer courage were all that sustained her. As I opened the first, the second gave out, and Helen McDowell moaned gently and collapsed into my arms. End of section 3. Section 4 of 4 Stories of Horsesense Hank by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. The Scientific Pioneer Returns. Chapter 2. Unexpected Journey. I yelled, "Get some water, Hank, and some brandy!" I carried her to the studio lounge. Hank came back with 2 glasses. I gulped the brandy swiftly and held the water to her lips. Pretty soon she sputtered, pushed the glass away, and opened her eyes. "Oh, Jim, the most dreadful thing has happened to Daddy. You." Hank swallowed convulsively and essayed a grin. "Lo, Helen." Helen McDowell's fingers made motions like shears on a rampage. Her eyes roved. She asked thoughtfully, "Jim, where's that paper knife you used to have? The long one. I'm going to stab somebody in the back." "Look, sugar," I pleaded, "Hank's come to help us. We have more important things to worry about now than your injured ego. After we've cleared up this trouble, you can have him alone in a dark room for 10 minutes. "Is that," she demanded fretfully, "a promise?" But her bitterness subsided. Anxiety rekindled in her eyes. That and the recollection of a shocking moment. "Daddy disappeared, Jim, right from the middle of a group. He was standing at my side. His shoulder was almost touching mine. Then all of a sudden, he was gone. Like that." Under any other circumstances, I would have guessed that the old windbag had finally blown up and drifted away. But there was precedent now for his Houdini act, one with sinister overtones. 3 men and an animated gumshoe detective had vanished. But I said, in a voice that I hoped wouldn't sound too much like a dish of unchilled tapioca, "Now don't worry, Helen. Everything's going to be all right. There must be a logical explanation for this. Hank's just the man to—" And then there it was again. A blinding flash of light. A weird vibrancy tingling my body, drawing taut the tiny hairs of my forearms and neck. Light motes dancing giddily before my eyes, coalescing to form the figure of a man. A wavering, mobile figure from the uppermost nebulosity of which emanated a piteous, hollow voice. "Scaliva! Scaliva!" Then a swift, dulled paling of the light. Burning white tarnished into red ochre brazened, the green palpitated into a deep blue indigo. The figure before my eyes took on form and substance. I saw with a sense of stark disbelief it was tall and lanky as Hank himself, that it wore a uniform of some sort, that its eyes were not unfriendly but haggard and despairing, and then, "Biggs!" wailed our impossible visitor. "Biggs! Scaliva!" and vanished. I stood still. Very, very still. It was not courage. It was rivets in the soles of my feet. My brain clamored, "Go, boys, go!" But my knees were clattering and banging like the fenders of a T-model Ford. Helen wasn't much better off. Her eyes looked like a pair of seal-beamed headlights, and the most intelligent sound she could summon was a faint, plaintive, "Oh!" Only Hank retained an iota of self-control, and to tell the truth, his comment was far from enlightening. "Well," he said, "so that's it." "What's what?" I asked him shakily. My paralysis was slipping away, and I prepared to do ditto. "Friends, did you see what I saw, or has the little brown jug finally done what the Temperance Society told me it would do someday?" Hank said, "Now, Jim, it ain't like you to act so, especially when we've reached what you might call a crucial moment. Now let me see. You folks seen him most plain when he was what color? Blue? Sort of bluish green. Helen said, Greenish blue. That's near enough, mused Hank. That'd be about 0.0005 millimeters. I'll tell him that when he comes back. When he comes back? Why, sure. Hank stared at me amiably. He'll be back any minute now. He done a lot better this time than the first, don't you think? Next time, he'll probably get what he wants. And, I faltered, and I suppose you know what that is? Reckon I do, said Hank complacently. He wants me. I gave up trying. My brain was in a muddle anyway. I said, all right, Hank, you win. Now, get down to straight facts. Who is he? Where did he come from? Why does he want you? How do you know he does? And what is this all about? Hank shifted uncomfortably. Well, now, Jim, that's a powerful lot of questions at one lump. Don't know as I can answer 'em all yet. Have to talk to him first, of course. But as near as I can figure, here's the setup. That guy ain't from our time. He's from some time which ain't come yet. The future, so to speak. I don't know his name 'cause he didn't speak very clear, but I know who he wants 'cause he said me. Helen said dazedly, He said? Where's Cleaver? Explained Hank. Oh, it wasn't very clear. He's all excited, but that's what he meant, I reckon. I swallowed hard and wished the goose pimples would get off my hide. You mean, I said, he's coming back out of the future time to talk to you? Seems as if. More like he'll want to take me with him, Hank said calmly. What? But Hank, that would be awful. You mustn't allow anything like that. Hank said bluntly, You want I should figure out where Helen's old man is, don't you? And them two professors? Way I figured, Jim, there must be something awful drastic going on there in the future. Something so bad, it's got 'em all upset, and they're back-dragging the past for me. By accident, they must have got Howell and Tompkins and Helen's pop. I gotta get over there and find out what's the trouble. Here it is. For an instant there had flickered again that ray of light. Hank warned hastily, You two, stand back out of the way. Keep calm and don't worry, I'll be back directly. He stepped into the middle of the room as the bright golden light suddenly flamed anew. He lifted his voice, 0.0005, friend, or thereabout. And the light changed, slid swiftly down the wavelengths again to that hue most favorable. The figure appeared, this time firm, unwavering. It was the face and figure of a man remarkably like Hank Cleaver himself, a young man, serious-eyed, hopeful of voice. Cleaver, he cried, You Cleaver? Hank nodded. I'm him. Come, said the young man. Come, Hank Cleaver. He held out his hand, and Hank stepped forward into the blaze of pallid green-blue light, which was just one too many for Helen McDowell. A tiny groan escaped her lips. She tottered, pitched forward to Hank's shoulder. Hank turned worried eyes to me. Grab her, Jim. Get her back before... And I, too, leapt forward. I got my hands on Helen, started to pull her from that color field. I was aware of the distant throbbing of some unknown machine, then of a swift, sudden shock. Great forces wrenched at my body. I felt as if I were being racked in a titanic tug-of-war. There was an instant of frightful cold, another of giddy nausea, a sensation of wild, hurtling motion. Then blackness. Soft, warm, and impenetrable. No, not impenetrable, for there was light in my eyes, and my head was no longer swimming, and I was lying on something comfortable, and a friendly voice was saying, "Here you are, Buster, drink this." So why look a gift drink in the bottle? I drank it, and immediately felt warmer inside, and more confident too, until I lifted my head and looked about me. Then I let loose a howl that stretched from here to there with reverberations. Great galloping saints, where am I? No, don't say it. Let me guess. World's Fair. My young companion looked puzzled. He was a decent-looking chap, except for that wild costume he was wearing. A sort of uniform, but it reminded me painfully of Buck Rogers' cereal. Loose tunic and slacks, sky blue, with a Sam Brown belt, and a gun holster into which was jammed a weird-appearing weapon, all knobs and studs and buttons. "How?" he said. I said, My friends, where are they?" "They're up and around. You're the only fader." He grinned. "You must be allergic to electricity, huh?" I was still staring about me. The room was a humdinger, all metal and plastic and glass, a small cubicle about 6 by 10 with a single bunk, that on which I now sat, poised for flight, a desk, chair, porthole. "Porthole? So that's it," I yipped. "Shanghaied." I made a dive for the porthole, pressed my nose to it, hoping that across the bounding blue I might see at least one faint ribbon of good old terra firma. But there was no land. There was no bounding blue. There weren't even any clouds or sky. There was just gray. One dismal gray that seemed to stretch into infinity. It was plain that I needed either one less drink or one more. I settled for the latter. A long, straight one. It snapped me hurriedly out of my speechlessness. "Not that it's any of my business," I said, "but it looks to me like there's nothing outside that porthole but a lot of gray emptiness." My companion nodded dolefully. "Yep," he said, "I know. I've looked and looked. Where I come from, space usually has things stuffed inside it. So apparently I'm not there. Which, being the case, would you mind telling me where the hell I am?" I demanded. He shook his head. "That's just it, Buster. We don't know." "You," I told him, "are a big help. Pass the bottle. Do you happen to know your own name?" "Yeah," he said. "Mud. It used to be Bert Donovan. I'm the radio operator aboard this ship." "Ship?" He was beginning to talk sense now. "Lugger, I should say. This is the Saturn, friend. IPS freight lugger operating on the Earth-Mars shuttle, or anyhow we used to, till he got to monkeying around with that new power drive of his." "IPS?" I strangled. "Earth, Mars, he?" "Take it easy, friend. IPS, interplanetary spaceship. Earth-Mars round-trip route, originally. Navigator Lancelot Biggs, the first mate. Didn't you know?" "Oh my God," I bleated. "Don't tell me, but we, all of us are in the future?" Donovan caught me as I was about to collapse and clapped me heartily on the back. I think it did more harm than good, but at least it brought me out of the fog. "Correct," he said unhappily. "We're off in the future. Maybe 200-300 years? Myself, I don't understand how the hell it happened, but..." At that moment, a bell sounded. We turned to a hunk of square glass set in the sidewall. It lighted, and a crusty-looking face scowled down on us, eyed me appraisingly. "Ah, so you've recovered, young man. Fine. Your friends are waiting here in the control turret. Sparks, come along up here. Mr. Biggs has called a general conference." The light dimmed. Sparks grinned at me languidly. "That's the old man, Cap Hansen. Well, let's go, Buster. The fireworks are about to begin." "The name," I told him, "is Blakeson. And how come the fireworks? Me no savvy." You heard him say L. Biggs was in the control turret? No, that's the tip-off, Bust. Blakeson, I said firmly. Blakeson, he corrected. Okay, Buster, come on. End of section 4. Section 5 of 4 Stories of Horsesense Hank by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. The Scientific Pioneer Returns. Chapter 3. Lancelot Biggs. Square root, -1. Things moved so swiftly then that the series of surprises I received was practically one continuous blow. The walk through the Saturn was a revelation in itself. Like the cabin in which I had awakened, the ship was all metal, glass, and plastic. And a funny metal at that. It was hard, but it looked soft, if you know what I mean, which I'm sure I don't. The name of the metal, Donovan told me, was perm alloy. It was a special non-conductive something or other resistant alloy. Invented, said Sparks, around the end of the 20th century. And he looked at me curiously. Oh, I forgot. You wouldn't know about that, would you? Look, I said desperately, let me know when we get to the psychopathic ward, will you? But he didn't get it. We walked down one ramp and up another, through an observation room, climbed a ladder, and finally ended in the room the skipper had called the control turret. And what a place that was! It looked like an overgrown cyclotron with a purpose. Huge banked panels with studs on them, cryptic plates, coiled thingamajigs, mechanical whatnots and doolollies all over. More guys in sky blue uniforms, bells tingling, television screens popping on and off at intervals. Interesting, said a voice at my elbow, ain't it? And it was Hank, gulping and grinning and shaking my hand. Kind of worried about you, Jim. You shouldn't ought to have allowed yourself to be drawn into the power field. But seeing Hank had made me think of Helen, and now, looking for Helen, I found something that completed my mental collapse. Helen was standing shoulder to shoulder with none other than her old man himself, in person, and right behind H. Logan McDowell stood the missing professors, Hallowell and Tompkins. And lurking behind them, looking more baffled, if possible, than myself, was an exceedingly disgruntled individual in a hard hat. The vanishing detective. I answered their nods weakly, then I turned to Hank. I give up, pal. What is it, the afterworld or old home week? Hank said seriously, well, reckon is how you might call it the afterworld, Jim. In a way, it's the world which is to be. But here comes a feller that can explain everything. For the door had opened, and in walked the chap whom we had seen thrice in my apartment, the effervescent spirit of electricity, the blue-green mystic, the first mate of the Saturn, Lancelot Biggs. Did I say walked? Excuse it, please. What he did with his feet could never, by the wildest stretch of the imagination, be called walking. Oh, he progressed forward, yes, but there are no words to describe his locomotion. Think of a polar bear on a pogo stick, or a secretary bird on skates, a 2-footed octopus even. His gait was a combination of the worst features of all three. He lurched and shambled, his bony knees protruding as if acknowledging introductions at each passage, a sort of, you let me by this time and I'll let you by next time deal. But the peculiarities of Signor Biggs did not end at that point. He had others. I have said that he looked a bit like Hank Cleaver. That is true. They shared lean lankiness of build. Each was blessed or cursed with a mop of faded yellow hair. Their eyes were alike in that they mirrored soft curiosity, but Biggs had an appendage Hank lacked. Matter of fact, no man ever had an Adam's apple like that before or since. It hung in his scrawny throat like an unswallowed cud. And when he smiled, which was often, or talked, it woggled up and down like a runaway elevator. To Sparks beside me, I said dreamily, "I see it, but I don't believe it. Is it alive?" And then Biggs addressed us. "First of all, I must apologize to you, Mr. Cleaver, and to Miss McDowell and to Mr. Blakeson for this rude infringement upon your personal privacy. It was an unwarranted step I took, intruding on your lives this way, but I hope that you'll agree it was not unforgivable. I've already explained to these gentlemen," he bobbed his head toward the pedagogues and the Seamus, "the urgency of our situation, to clarify in your minds the how and where of your present location." Hank Cleaver harumphed and interrupted. "Reckon as how you can skip all that, Lieutenant," he said. "It's purty clear. You bridged the time gap from your times to ours by means of an ultra-wave temporal aberrant, brought us up a couple of centuries to about the 23rd century?" Lancelot Biggs tried hard to swallow the billiard ball under his chin. How did you know that, Mr. Cleaver?" Hank scratched his head, and into his eyes came the old baffled look that always came there when he was asked how he knew anything. "Well," he confessed, "don't exactly know how I know, but I do. Just stands to reason, that's all. When you come sliding down the visible waves to hunt for us, and when we woke to find ourselves on a spaceship. And as for the time element, well, I always allowed as how it'd take people about 50 years, more or less, to make the first successful space flight, and another 200 to get it working proper." Lancelot Biggs' eyes lighted with a great joy. "Mr. Cleaver, I touch my rocket to you. The ancient records do not lie. You are indeed a remarkable man. Now," he turned to his fellow officers triumphantly, "now I know we shall win free of our difficulties with your assistance." Hank flushed and squirmed a bulldog toe. "Maybe you better explain these here difficulties." It was Biggs' turn to flush. "I'm afraid," he said miserably, "it's all my fault. 6 days ago, Earth Standard Time, we lifted Gravs from Long Island Spaceport for Mars Central. This was to be my final shuttle before getting married to the skipper's daughter, Diane. Consequently, I was a trifle, impatient. But I'm sure you understand, Mr. Cleaver." Hank said hastily, "You better get on, Lieutenant." He did not look at Helen, which was a good thing. "For some time," continued Biggs, "I've been experimenting with a new device designed to increase the speed of our vessel. It seemed particularly appropriate that this shuttle should be the test period, so, with Captain Hansen's permission, I installed my new velocity intensifier on the hypotomics. After we cleared Lunar 3, I switched it on." Biggs stopped. His eyes were haunted. Horsesense Hank said, "Yeah?" "There was a moment of frightful acceleration, then a sharp explosion, and when order was resumed, here we were." Nobody spoke, which seemed silly. "That," I said, "doesn't make sense." "Here you were? So where were you?" "That," said Biggs dejectedly, "is just what we don't know." That sounds ridiculous to you, gentlemen. Believe me, if you knew space, as we who shuttle back and forth within it in our daily toil, you would recognize by merely glancing through the quartzite viewpanes that we are nowhere within the confines of man-studied universe. Space is an ebon, eternal night, pricked by a myriad glowing sparks. The stars wheel in their courses, comets scream through the infinitude. The planets, firmly shining in the reflected glory of their several suns, are colored gems upon a velvet pall. But about us now, we see nothing but a dull, endless gray. There are no cosmic clouds, no meteor mists, no stars, neither light or dark. Only nothingness, complete and unresponsive to our best instruments." "Huh," broke in Hank. "Was that you say?" "Apparently, explained the young lieutenant. Our delicate instruments were broken during the explosion. That is the factor making more perilous our position. We are not able to orient ourselves, discover into what portion of the universe our moment of wild flight flung us. I have studied and worked and thought on the problem, but to no avail. That is why, Mr. Cleaver, I undertook to find you. Cleaver looked at the youngster admiringly. Smart feller, he said. Time travel, huh? Always thought it could be made to work. Might have tried it myself if it hadn't been I was so darn busy on them turnips. It was an accidental discovery, sir. I chanced upon it several months ago while inventing a new type of uranium speech condenser. It turned out to be a time speech trap. Nevertheless, insisted Hank, you done a good job finding a way to transport your body across time and picking me up out of 1940, bringing me here. Like to talk to you about that later, but right now, he frowned severely, you say them instruments of yourn won't work? No, sir. Not a tall? Biggs swallowed with difficulty. The truth is, Mr. Cleaver. Hank's good enough. Well, Hank, the truth is, the instruments do work, but they work so dad-blamed funny. Let's, suggested Horsesense Hank mildly, have a look. That was all the invitation the young lieutenant needed. Without so much as a backward glance at the rest of us, he led Hank to the control banks of the space freighter. They began to talk in undertones. Biggs pushed buttons and explained things. I heard snatches about tensor alleviators and orbital velocity adjusters and a bunch of terms even less comprehensible, and gave it up as a bad job. It was Hank's party and his headache. I turned to my self-appointed guide, the radio man, Bert Donovan. Do you understand what they're talking about? He grinned. Buster, I've been listening to Lancelot Biggs talk for almost a year now, and I have yet to understand the first thing he tells me. Then in that case, I said, it looks to me like a drink is indicated, right? Right as might and shall prevail. I don't know how long later it was that we wandered back to the control turret. It must have been quite a while, for Sparks had shown me through the entire ship. When we got back, Cap Hansen and Doc Hollowell were playing a game of high-low, and the Saturn's skipper was giving Hollowell a good old-fashioned 23rd century going-over. Tompkins and McDowell were napping quietly. The second mate, a guy named Todd, was making motions at guiding the ship's flight through nothing, and also making a mild play for Helen McDowell, and not getting very far with either job. Biggs and Cleaver had finished inspecting the instrument panels and were in earnest confab by the pot charts. Hank seemed to be summarizing their decisions. Your new gadget was supposed to eliminate every speck of energy waste, huh? That's right, and thus conserve fuel at the same time giving tremendous speed, Biggs nodded. And when you plugged the switch, it gave one whoop and holler? The Saturn went like a bat out of hell for a few seconds? And then, finished Biggs, we found ourselves here. That's the story, Hank. The whole story, so help me. But if from those few facts and what I've shown you, you can explain in what part of the universe we are, you're even greater genius than history says you are. Hank cocked a quizzical eye. That's funny, ain't it? He mused. I was, but still I am. Time's tricky, Lance. But listen, you made one mistake. Yes? In saying what part of the universe. Way I see it, that ain't the explanation at all. Way I see it, there's two kinds of universes. The is and the ain't. And we're in the other one. I beg your pardon? Faltered Biggs. Put it this way. You draw a graph and you cross two lines. The block at the upper right intersection of them two lines is the is universe, the one we live in. Ain't that right? Biggs nodded. That's a simple way of graphing existence, yes. Horizontal line would represent existence in space, the vertical line, existence in time. At any given moment, a man's position in space and time is coordinated in the positive sector, but... He stopped abruptly, looking at Hank with startled eyes. But you don't mean, Hank? We're in the bottom sector of the graph? Hank sighed. Afraid that's exactly what I do mean, Lance. It's no wonder nothing looked natural to you. We done bust plumb out of space and time as we ordinarily know it. We're in the imaginary sector of space-time. The coordinate of where we are now ain't even positive numbers. They're all based on a negative factor, the square root of -1. End of section 5. Section 6 of 4 Stories of Horsesense Hank by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. The Scientific Pioneer Returns. Chapter 4. Danger Ahead. I looked at Bert Donovan, and he looked at me. Judging by the faces of our two screwball intellectuals, there was something smelly on the Saturn. But it was all a deep and dark mystery to me. I said, Hank, for old time's sake, would you brush off that again lightly for me, in words of one syllable? What has the little letter I got to do with spaceflight, gray skies, and time travel? But Hank ignored me. On the right track at last, he was developing his arguments. Reckon you know more about energy-mass relationships than I do, Lance. 'Spect you'll remember, then, the transformations cooked up by a guy from our time, feller by the name of Lawrence. Him and a couple other guys named Einstein and Planck fiddled around with hyperspatial mechanics and discovered some interesting things, including the fact that mass is altered when it travels at high velocities. What I figure must have happened is this. The gadget you invented worked even better than you expected. It worked so darn well that it gave the Saturn one whale of a kick in the pants, made it accelerate at a speed greater than that of light. So then what? Why, then the plus universe weren't big enough to hold the Saturn anymore. That wild minute or two you talked about was when you exceeded the limit in velocity. And then you was in the minus universe, which is, so to speak, the negative matrix of the normal plus universe we ordinarily live in. It didn't make sense to me, but apparently it did to Lieutenant Biggs. He passed a damp palm across a sweating forehead. You're right, Cleaver. You must be right, because your argument agrees with all the known theories and observed facts. The incredible readings on our instruments, the weird surroundings in which we find ourselves. He stared at my friend somberly. But what are we going to do? How shall we get out of here? Hank said, same way we come in. We blast out. But I've tried that, Hank, Biggs defended, before I realized the full extent of our situation, and nothing happened. There's something strange in the response of the motors. Don't ask me what, it's hard to say when the Saturn is plunging into beaconless, starless nothing, but stepped up acceleration is just a waste of fuel. Yeah? Mused Hank. That's queer. Now I wonder why. At that instant came the most unexpected interruption. Todd, who had been quietly tending his controls, suddenly came to life with a startled cry. Well, I'll be. Biggs! Captain Handsome! Yes, both men answered at once. There's a large body before us. He pressed a button. A glassy pane above the panel glowed into life, as if a portion of the Saturn's prow had been sheared away. I was looking at the vista before us, but it was no longer empty as, according to Biggs, it had been ever since the moment of the accident. The stark gray loneliness was relieved now by a monstrous pockmark in space. A giant sphere, imponderably distant, but definitely on our trajectory. Hansen was a man of action, I learned. He leapt to the intercommunicating system. Chief Garrity, large body forward. Reverse hypes and apply drag instantly. Todd, plot a course revision. Man, what a monster! Biggs, get out the chart. Something solid at last. Maybe we'll busted back into our own universe. Biggs said, Yes, sir. Right away, sir. His eyes questioned Hank, but Cleaver shook his head. Nope, I don't think so. It ain't logical. That's a phenom. A phenom. A peculiarity o' the cockeyed universe we're in. Hey, what's going on here? The constant hum of the hypotonic motors below, one I'd hardly noticed until suddenly it no longer throbbed in my ears, had subtly altered. A brief instant of silence, a jarring concussion, and a deeper, more resonant sound. Biggs explained, That's a hypotomics being thrown into reverse. Anti-grav units are activated in the nose of the ship. Then when we get the course variation, we swing around our objective. Common space practice, Hank. That's what, said Hank dubiously, I figured. Is it common space practice to make a beeline for danger, though, like Billy be damned? And he pointed to the visiplate. Biggs' eyes followed his finger, and Biggs gasped. Great whirling comets, it's got us caught! For despite the mounting clamor of the reversed engines, despite the anti-gravitational units of which Biggs had boasted, despite the swiftly redoubled orders and efforts of a shocked Captain Hansen, the Saturn's speed had definitely increased. The figure in the plate was looming larger moment by moment, and even to my untrained eye, it was plain we were slam-banging hell for leather toward a crack-up. Don't ask me what happened in the next few minutes. I wouldn't know. It's all one whirling blind spot in my memory. Up till now, this affair had partaken of the nature of a dream. Amusing, not unpleasant, but quite remote and faintly incredible. Now, suddenly, I realized it was not a dream, but that I, Jim Blakeson, publicity representative of Midland U, had somehow been dragged out of the normal routine of everyday life and thrust into a wild, impossible adventure in a world 3 centuries beyond my time. It was a disturbing awakening. It didn't make matters a bit better to realize that I was now, along with 5 other 20th century exiles, in imminent peril of being slapped out of existence by a gigantic planet that shouldn't be in a dull gray universe that didn't exist. About me, frantic figures boiled and churned. The skipper of the Saturn was bouncing about the control room like a bipedal glidefly, jerking switches, bellowing orders, pawing through charts that, to me at least, were a complete mystery. Dick Todd sat still, tense and grim-jawed, in his bucket-shaped pilot's chair. His fingers played the banked controls before him as the fingers of an accomplished organist seek stops. But so far as I could see, his movements availed nothing, for the object in the visiplate loomed larger and even larger. Lancelot Biggs had wasted very little time scanning charts. Despairing of finding any record of this cosmic visitant, he had grabbed paper and pencil and was now scrawling hasty calculations. Hank Cleaver was watching him. I glanced at Helen. She was watching Hank, rather hopefully, I thought. Hank said, "What's it show, Lance?" Biggs looked up at him haggardly. "The mass of that planet must be terrific. It has a heavy gravitational attraction. We're accelerating by leaps and bounds. At our present rate of acceleration, only about 20 minutes remain before we... He paused, glanced helplessly at Helen McDowell. There was a strange longing in his eyes. I remembered all of a sudden a fact he had mentioned, that somewhere back on Earth a girl waited for him, a girl who had promised to be his wife. His next words showed that he shared my thought. I don't mind checking out, he said quietly. We who dare the spaceways risk that hazard always. But I wish I could have seen her once more before. It was then that Hallowell pushed forward. He was scared and plenty scared. So scared that his voice was a thin, bleating yammer. Lieutenant, you can at least send us back to our proper time. You can't let us die like this without a chance like trapped rats. Rats, I said scornfully. Speak for yourself, Hallowell. But Lancelot Biggs nodded. He's right. We still have 20 minutes. It's not right that you of another age should share our fate. We must get the temporal deflector into operation. Send all of you back. Hank cried sharply, just us? Why not everybody, Lance? Let's all escape to the 20th century, the whole kit and caboodle. But Biggs shook his head. I'm afraid that's impossible, Hank. There are limitations to temporal transmission. You and your friends can enter our time because there's no natural barrier, but we cannot violate the established world line of things that have been. We never were in your time. Therefore, we cannot go there now. But wait. He spun swiftly to the wall audio, spoke to the engine room below. Get the deflector ready. We're sending our guests back. Then, nodding to all of us, if you will come with me. We started for the door, but we had just taken a few steps when the audio buzzed. Biggs answered its call, listened for a moment, cried out, But Garrity, are you absolutely sure? It can't be. It mustn't be. The clacking voice was regretful but positive. I felt a thin, cold edge running up and down my spine. Now I look back upon it, I think I guessed what Garrity was saying even before Biggs turned to us, his eyes wide with sympathy and sorrow. My friends, he said in a choked voice, forgive me for what I must say. Your lot is irrevocably cast with ours. The strain on the motors has burned out several vital units. There is not time enough now to repair them. The temporal deflector is useless. That was a jolt. The way my several comrades took the message was measure of their characters. Hallowell cried out sharply, began to scream protests in a frightened voice until Prexy, fat, stated, stuffy old H. Logan himself, silenced him with a backhander across the mouth. That will do, Hallowell, snapped McDowell, and he seemed to grow 3 inches. It was a mile in my estimation. I think, Lieutenant Biggs, he said, we need no further apologies. We are not afraid to die with you. I forgot to dislike the old guy then. I loved him a little bit for that. And I liked Tompkins' reaction too. The little observatory technician sighed wistfully. It's too bad, though. I should have liked to take back to our time a knowledge of some of the marvels we've seen here. The detective said nothing. He still didn't seem to know what the hell it was all about. But Helen McDowell was as game as her old man. She said, We're not licked yet. I still think Mr. Cleaver, will find a way out of this. Biggs said gently, I'm afraid not, Mrs. Cleaver. This is the end for all of us. Helen's eyes darkened suddenly. Mrs. Cleaver? My dear Lieutenant, I'll thank you not to couple my name with that of this person. Whatever made you think I was his wife? I wouldn't marry him if he were the last man on earth. And then Lancelot Biggs did a strange thing. For a startled moment, he stared at Helen McDowell incredulously. Then he loosed a terrific whoop, and I don't mean whisper. Yow! He howled. You and Hank aren't married? Why, of course not. You haven't any children? Helen turned brick red. After all, Lieutenant, she began stiffly, but really. I don't think Biggs heard her, for he had leapt to Cleaver's side, was pounding him enthusiastically upon the back and shoulders. It's all right, then. You understand. It's all right. Get those brain cells to work, Hank, old boy. It's in the bag. Yowie! And Hank Cleaver, from the depths of a brown study, said suddenly, "Say, look a here. I've been thinking." End of section 6. Section 7 of 4 Stories of Horsesense Hank by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. The Scientific Pioneer Returns, Chapter 5, Minus Math. Lancelot Biggs said feverishly, "Don't think, Hank, act. Anything you say is all right by me. You're in command here. Give your orders." Hank said hesitantly, "Well, if you say so," and moved to the audio. With his unerring sense of assurance, he selected the right button, contacted the engine room. Chief Engineer Garrett's grizzled face appeared in the plate. "Yes, sir?" "Chief, turn off them there reverse engines right away," said Hank hesitantly, "and disconnect them anti-grav doogumies." Garrity's jaw fell open. He said, I beg your pardon, sir," and looked around the room for verification of the orders. Cap Hansen, too, had heard the command and was turning a violent mauve, but Lancelot Biggs nodded. "Do as Mr. Cleaver says, Chief." "And when you get done doing them things," Hank persisted gravely, "I want you should get up steam and push forward as hard, as fast as you can with," he swallowed hard, "with the auxiliary use of that new speed gadget Lieutenant Biggs invented." Garrity almost strangled, but he got the words out. "Yes, sir." Then he faded from the plate. Biggs stared at Hank. You're sure you know what you're doing, Cleaver?" "I think I do," said Horsesense Hank. "It's the only thing that makes sense. I figured, and it looks to me like there's only one logical way to act. We'll know in a minute if I'm right." He dug his toe into the carpet, sort of grunted, coughed, glanced at Biggs. "Got a mite excited about me not being married, son. I've been thinking that over. You mean to say—" Biggs, looking confused, said, "But you see, Hank—" "Yeah, reckon I do. And you?" "Yes, sir," said Lancelot Biggs. I stared at Donovan. I said, "What makes with the brain trust? Double talk?" He said, "Don't ask me, Buster. I just work here. Or used to. It's even money whether I continue to work or learn to play a harp. With what that screwy command your friend Hank gave." Then he and I and everyone in the room stopped speaking, for again there had come, remotely, a different tone value from the engine room. Hank's orders were being obeyed, and all eyes centered painfully on the visiplate in which, almost blotting the entire frame now, was mirrored the onrushing planet. Can I explain my feelings to you? I doubt it. All I can think of is to say that I felt like a very tiny fly on the wall, watching helplessly, wingless, unable to escape, as a gigantic fly swatter smashed down at frightful speed upon me. The Saturn was a huge craft, yes, but it was a speck of dry dust compared to the colossal sphere toward which it plunged. At this velocity, there could be but one result to a collision: death. Swift, crushing, horrible, for all of us. A moment, I thought, of incredible pain. A torrent of madness beating at the eardrums. The fires of hell flaming before the eyes. Then oblivion. Nearer came the planet. I could see now that it was as mad and wild as the unspawned negative universe in which it floated. No life, no thin film of atmosphere to blue the sharp definition of its raw terrain. A weird, dead world in a universe that could not be. I was aware of Donovan at my side, breathing hard. I glanced across the room at Lancelot Biggs. His eyes were strained, the muscles of his jaw white. His lips were half parted. Perhaps it was imagination, but I thought I caught the whisper of a name. Diane. And then a stranger thing happened. There came a sudden, tender little cry from Helen McDowell, a flurry of movement, and then she was across the room, was in the arms of Hank Cleaver, and she didn't seem to care that her words carried to all of us. You failed, Hank, but I don't care. I don't care. It's too late to pretend now that I hate you, for I don't. I love you, Hank. Then everything happened at once. My eyes leapt back from the Helen Hank tableau to the visiplate as abruptly there came a crashing explosion from the bowels of the ship. I saw the planet before us now within, it seemed, but inches. There was a high, tortured scream in my ears, the grind of motors, the pounding of massive drums, a scream ripping from the throat of Hollowell, a muffled curse from Cap Hansen, then a horrible wrenching shock. I felt my body lifting, floating, hurtling across the floor. Something fell sprawling upon me. Glass splintered. A dozen voices cried out at once. And everything was black. And there was a dead and sickly pressure across my body, from the center of which came a muffled voice, the voice of Bert Donovan. Well, I'll be triple and everlastingly damned to a fare you well. I kicked and he wriggled. I kicked again and he moved. I said, if you get off my head, you damn fool, maybe I can see what's going on. He got up, and so did I. All about the control room, men were picking themselves up, lifting their voices in astonishment, staring at a visiplate from which had disappeared that gigantic, threatening orb. A visiplate in which now depicted sweet jet depths of darkness, pinpricked with glowing points of light. Cap Hansen's voice was a paean of joy. We're home again! Home in our own universe, by God, in our own solar system, for there's Io, the pretty little devil. Helen was crying. Then you didn't fail, Hank. It worked. We're saved. And Biggs, only sane man in a room full of delight-maddened lunatics, was ambling to the audio, face wreathed in a seraphic grin. Garrity, he called down to the chief engineer. Take a look out the viewplanes if you want to holler with joy, and then set course for home. And, oh yes, Garrity, set men to work immediately on the repairing of the temporal deflector. So, that was that. We took time off to recuperate. Some hours later, we were standing in the Saturn before a large cylindrical glass-walled machine, Lancelot Biggs's time travel gadget, which had absorbed us up here into the future. That is, most of us were still standing here in the Saturn. Professor Hollowell had already been projected back to our time. So had Travis Tompkins, Bidlin's observatory expert, his arms loaded with books from the ship's library describing the great inventions of, as on the Saturn, the last 2 centuries, or to us of 1940, the inventions of the next 200 years. Which books, commented Lancelot Biggs Riley, will do Tompkins a lot of good, I don't think. They won't arrive with him, you know, because in his time they weren't even written. I hope both those fellows will return to their original places on Earth. Rather amazing, wouldn't it be, he chuckled, if something went wrong with the machine and Hallowell appeared suddenly on the campus of Midland University with some gadget from the future, his future, which fell into his pocket in his transit through space and time. Campus? Exclaimed H. Logan McDowell. Don't tell me that time travel thing of yours will actually set us down again in our own time. If it doesn't, grinned Lancelot Biggs, a lot of faces are going to be very red indeed. He motioned to the second mate, Lieutenant Dick Todd. Todd set himself at the controls, then he nodded to the detective. With unseemly haste, the gumshoe scrambled into the time machine. Contact, Biggs ordered. The second mate pressed the button that sent the snooper back to Midland campus. That lug. I don't think he ever figured out what it was all about. In fact, a week later, when I met him skulking along a corridor, I asked him how he liked his round trip through space. I'm trying not to think about it, he groaned. Confidentially, in another 10 days, I'll be able to believe it never happened at-all. No, sir. Brother, I said to myself, if imagination was a baby chick, you couldn't scratch yourself out of an eggshell. But I'm getting ahead of the story. After we got rid of the gumshoe, there was Prexy H. Logan McDowell to be considered. You're next, sir. Lancelot Biggs said courteously, and a pleasant journey. Humph, growled his academic nibs. This is a damnable outrage. Biggs bowed him into the time-traveling contraption. I think you got something there, he grinned and signaled to Dick Todd. 1 second later, H. Logan was flitting through space back home. And now it was time for last farewells, but Biggs asked, in gripping Hank's hand, the question I'd been dying to ask myself but hadn't dared. You should tell me, Hank, how you struck on the solution. We may get in a jam like that again someday, and if we do... Send for me, grinned Hank. I like this period, O'Yoran. Okay, bud. But you won't get in no more messes like that. Not if you tone down the speed of that gadget of yourn like I told you to. My figuring? Why, it was just plain dumb hoss logic, that's all. The tip-off come when we started whisking faster and faster by the moment toward that there planet in our path. You see, we was in a negative universe. We decided that. But what we overlooked was the simple logical fact that in a negative universe, all natural physical laws ought to operate in reverse. Way I see it, we just happened across that planet by accident. And had we been content to let well enough alone, we'd have never come anywhere near it. It would have shunted us off on its own account. I said, what? How do you figure? Biggs exclaimed, I see. In our positive universe, it's axiomatic that all objects attract each other in direct ratio to their masses. But in a negative universe, they'd repel each other, nodded Hank. Right. I guess we was dumb, though. We done the one thing we shouldn't ever done. Put out anti-gravs and repeller beams against the upstart planet, which was the one thing calculated to drag us to it. In this backward universe, mathematics and physics worked in reverse. Anti-gravitational beams attracted and propellers repelled. Biggs sighed. And I've always considered myself a logical man. What you did was turn on every available ounce of energy and thrust the Saturn at full speed toward the planet, realizing that for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction, and that the planet's terrific repelling force would throw us completely back out of negative space. Is that it? Hank gazed at him admiringly. I reckon, he said softly, that's about it. But you sure explain it purty. So why go on? We got into the machine then, Hank and Helen and I, and again things began flickering. At the last minute I remembered there was something I wanted to ask Biggs, but it was too late then, for there came another moment of giddy spinning, fireworks in my eyes and butterflies in my tummy, and then we were back in my apartment, and it was broad daylight, but my radio was still on, as I had left it, and already it was blatting a news item about how Professor Hallowell had inexplicably returned. There'd be other flashes later, I knew, and a lot of explaining to be done to an unbelieving public. Then I said, damn. Yeah, said Hank. Why for, Jim? Something I meant to ask Biggs and forgot, but you can tell me, I guess. One thing I never did understand was why Biggs got so excited when he found out you and Helen were not married. What difference did that make? Why did that cause him to show such great confidence that we were going to pull out of our jam? Hank flushed. Well, you see, he hesitated. I don't, but I'm listening. Well, it was this way. Soon as Lance learned me and Helen wasn't hitched, he couldn't help knowing everything was going to be all right. On account it weren't logical her and me should get killed before we was married and had a youngster. His face was flaming, but I was inexorable. I still don't get it. Why not? Why wasn't it logical? Oh, darn, Jim. Don't you see? 'Cause Biggs knew that much of my history. That is, my future to me is my past to him. He knew who I'd married, and that me and my wife had a youngster, and consequently, if them things hadn't happened yet, we was bound to live and make 'em happen. So it finally sank in. I said, golly, you're right, as usual. But wasn't it a lucky break that Lancelot Biggs happened to know something about your history, Hank? Your name must be pretty well known to the men of the future. Hank writhed in embarrassment. Well, now I wouldn't exactly say that, Jim. Lance knew about me, yes, but then he'd been likely to, him being related, so to speak. Related? Yeah, I spoke to him about it later. You see, Lance is sort of a grandson of mine with a lot of great-greats on the front of it. He gulped and looked at Helen miserably. I'm afeard they ain't nothing we can do about it, Helen. Lance says you was his great-great-grandmammy. And then Helen McDowell smiled. It was the kind of smile I hoped to see sometime on the lips of a woman looking at me, and she said very softly, There's no sense in fighting fate, is there, Hank? What must be, and there is something we can do to make the future happier. Ah, hell, I promised Helen she could have him alone in a dark room, didn't I? So I said goodbye. I don't think either of them heard me. In fact, I'm sure of it. End of section 7. Section 8 of 4 Stories of Horsesense Hank by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. Horsesense Hank Does His Bit, Part 1. Pearl Harbor got Horsesense Hank mad. Something ought to be done about it, and he was the man who was going to do it. Like the rain-drenched angler said as he reeled in a fish, life is just one damp thing after another. I thought I'd fixed everything all hunky-dory around the campus of dear old Midland U when I finally got my friend Horsesense Hank Cleaver engaged to Helen McDowell, which just goes to prove that you shouldn't count your chickens until they're hitched, because that man stepped in and messed up everything. You know the guy I mean. The chief germ in Germany. The little ex-house painter with a scrappable paintbrush on his upper lip. First, he protected himself against the poor Austrians. Then the Czechs and the Poles. Then came Norway, Denmark, Holland, Belgium, Luxembourg. Sounds like a geography lesson, doesn't it? Then France, the Balkans, Greece, and Crete. And finally, as his armies, having come a cropper against the outraged Russian bear, stalled on the icy steps of Moscow's doorway, he invoked the aid of his yellow-skinned and spined allies, the Japs. While their envoys calmed Washington with soft words of peace, their air arm bombed Pearl Harbor with grim weapons of war. It was then that Horsesense Hank came to me and said soberly, Well, so long, Jim. I'll see you later. I asked, Where are you going? Down to Mike's for a hamburger? Wait a minute. I'll go with. I'm going further than that, Jim, said Hank, and the chances are I'll be gone a mite longer. He wriggled a bulldog-tipped shoe into the carpet embarrassedly. I reckon I'm a-gonna sign up for the duration. I gasped. You mean the army? Well, not exactly. I don't figure they'd want me in the fighting forces, me being skinny like I am. But folks say I'm right quick with mathematics and things like that, so if I can be of any help to my country. Hank was not exaggerating a bit. Almost everyone in the Midland campus, including sweet little me, had known more formal education than H. Cleaver. 85% of the faculty members dangled alphabets after their names till they looked like government projects. But Hank could give 'em all a running start and beat 'em silly on any question requiring the use of good, old-fashioned common sense. A marveling commentator had awarded Hank the name of scientific pioneer for his uncanny ability to reach answers to problems intuitively without knowing or understanding the so-called natural laws involved. Hank's aptitude at things mechanical, his infinitely accurate mathematical computations, and homely approach to abstract ponderables had promoted him from a rural turnip patch to the chair of general sciences at our alleged Institute of Higher Learning. It ain't, scowled Hank, as if I was a hard man to get along with. Gosh knows I'm easygoing enough. There was no gainsaying that. Hank was as quiet and gentle as a carnation cow. The fact that he had, despite his humble background, won the favor and affections of billioless old H. Logan McDowell, the president of Midland, proved his power to win friends. And the fact that he, handicapped by a raw-boned homeliness that would have discouraged any scarecrow, had won the heart and hand of Prexy's daughter Helen, alas, ardently pursued by every male in 4 counties, proved beyond a doubt his ability to influence people. But they just ain't no getting along, continued Hank, with that there Hitler guy. The more he gets, the more he wants. And now that him and his Japanese fella has forced us into it, I'm a-gonna offer my services to whoever can use me. And where would that be, Hank? Well, I was thinking of one of them plants that makes war stuff, he said. They got plenty of problems nowadays, trying to reorganize for defense work, changing work methods, expanding their facilities, and so on. There's that Northern Bridge Steel and Girder Company, for instance. But, Hank, I reminded him, how about Helen? I reckon Helen and me'll just have to wait a spell, Jim. After all, there's a job to be done. We gotta pitch in and do it, or there ain't gonna be no Helen and no Hank Cleaver, or maybe even no USA for us to get married in. So that was that. When Hank Cleaver gets those grim lines about the corners of his mouth, there's nothing you can do to stop him. I helped him pack his battered old suitcase. Then we went to say goodbye to Helen. She reacted quite as I had expected. She listened in astonishment to Hank's awkward explanation. Then she expostulated loudly. Then she sniffed a little. Finally, she wept for a minute, kissed Hank moistly, and told him she was proud of him. Anyway, she said, you'll come home every weekend to see me, won't you? So Hank promised he would, and off we went. Yep, that's right, we. I had decided to volunteer too. That's me all over. Snoopy Jim Blakeson. Can't keep my nose out of anything. The Northern Bridge Steel and Girder Company was not so far from our town, only 50 miles. But it was like moving into a strange new world to pass through the portals of that concern. Clatter and bang and hubbub, men roaring orders, staccato tattoo of rivets hammering home, the keen metallic smell of molten metal, the bite of rasps and the chuff-chuff of panting locomotives. These were the symphonic diapason of our new headquarters. About us, whistles blew, throngs of sweating workmen bustled about their fathomless tasks, racing to and fro in an endless stream. Beyond sturdy buildings, black with age, there ranged yellow rows of newer, flimsier structures. The place had a strangely jeune look, the look of an adolescent who's outgrown his knee breeches, but has not yet the bulk and substance to fill his new long pants. Still, this was a husky youngster. He would grow. He would grow to fill his new trousers. We both felt that. We found the office of the company owner. Its doors were guarded by a bevy of underlings who protested hopelessly that Mr. McDonald was too busy to see anyone. We brushed them aside and found ourselves at last before the irascible president of the NBS&G. He stared at us in amazement. He was a huge, brawny Scotsman with eyebrows like feather dusters and a jutting jaw that might have been poured from one of his ingots. After he got his breath, "And who?" he demanded thunderously. "Might she be?" "'Lo, Mr. McDonald," said Hank amiably. "My name's Hank Cleaver." "And who?" roared the old man. "Might Hank Cleaver be to come a barging into me office without an invitation? Speak up, man. Time is money." "'Pears to me," pointed out Hank reasonably, "as how if time's money, like you say, you'd stop wasting time asking foolish questions. It don't matter much who I am. The pint is, what did I come for, ain't it?" Old MacDonald's fiery face turned 2 shades redder. "Why, ye impertinent young scoundrel!" he roared. Then he paused. He said thoughtfully, "You're right. So what did you come for?" "A job," said Hank. "A job? You mean to tell me you forced your way into me office to ask for a job? The employment office lies down the hall, young man. 'Twa doors to the right." Hank fidgeted uncomfortably. "Well, that ain't exactly the kind of job I had in mind, Mr. McDonald. What I mean is—" I decided to stick in my 2 cents. Bashful as Hank is, it would have taken him all day to explain. "Hank means, Mr. McDonald, that he would like to offer his services in an executive capacity." This time McDonald couldn't even finish the word. He pawed his graying thatch wildly. "You dinna say so? And would the title of president satisfy him, you think? Or mayhap he'd rather be chairman of the board of directors? Who are you?" "I'm Jim Blakesman. I was a publicity man for Midland University," I explained, "but now I'm at your disposal. Where Hank goes, I go. I don't believe you quite realize who Mr. Cleaver is, sir. He is Horsesense Hank." "And I'm Horsesense Hector," snorted old MacDonald witheringly. "So what?" It was obvious he was no newspaper reader, or he would have known Hank's reputation. "Mr. Cleaver," I told him severely, "is a teacher of general sciences at our school. He is well versed in a score of subjects germane to your business: mathematics, civil and chemical engineering, ballistics." "Mathematics," bellowed MacDonald. "Be doomed! The NBS&G knows no figure. I got one already, the cleverest in the county, working for me. Me future son-in-law, Johnny Day. Johnny!" He strode to a door, flung it open, bawled his command, and in the doorway appeared a nice-looking kid with fine lips and eyes. "Johnny, this man claims to be a—" But young Day had stepped forward eagerly, extending a hand to Hank. "Mr. Cleaver, this is an unexpected pleasure." MacDonald's jaw played tag with his waistcoat buttons. You know him, Johnny?" "Know him? Why, every mathematician in this country knows and envies the logic of Horsesense Hank. Are you going to work here with us, Mr. Cleaver?" "Well," squirmed Hank embarrassedly, "that's for Mr. McDonald to say. Seems sort of like he don't want me." But McDonald, the ozone spilled from his Genoa jib, now backed water like a duck in a whirlpool. "Bide a wee," he puffed hastily. "Dinna be such in a rush, my man, if Johnny recommends you. There's a place in this organization for you. And for your friend, too. Now let's talk o' ways and means." Thus it was that Hank Cleaver and I became employees of the Northern Bridge Steel and Girder Company. The job to which Hank was finally assigned was that of estimator. I was given a desk in the advertising department offices, though to tell the truth, I was no great shakes as a ballyhoo artist for structural steel girders and forced braces, having previously boasted the merits of nothing more substantial than a 200-pound line and a 175-pound backfield. But we got along all right, until one day, after we'd been working there for a couple of weeks, the boss called Hank into his private office. I tagged along. Old Mac had a visitor, a slim, prim man with a ramrod up his spinal column and pince-nez on a beak that would dull a razor. "Cleaver," said Hector MacDonald, "I want you should meet Mr. Grimper. Mr. Grimper shake hands with Hank Cleaver, my chief estimator." The old man, I saw, was happy as a lark about something. Happy and excited, too. "Mr. Grimper," said he, "is a government man, Hank, from the ROTC. "OPM," corrected Grimper sourly. "At the moment, I also unofficially represent the OEM, the OPA, and the SPAB. "No matter," chuckled MacDonald joyfully. "'Tis all the same alphabet. Hank, laddie, we've been drafted. For the duration of the war, the old man in the top hat is taking our plant over for defense work. From now on, we're not building bridges and girders. We're rolling armament, plate, and making shells to bomb to the deli and gun yon bloody scoundrel with the phony mustache. What do you think of that?" Hank said soberly, Why, that's wonderful." "The United States government," said Gimper tauntly, "will assume all expenses necessary for the expansion of your facilities. When the war is over, the plant, with all its improvements, will be turned back to you. Meanwhile, a reasonable profit will be allowed you on all defense materials produced." "Gosh," gulped Hank enthusiastically, "that's swell. We won't let you down, Mr. Gimper. If you'll give me a sort of idea what kind of additional facilities you need, I'll get right to work on it. We mustn't waste no time." Gimper coughed peremptorily. That's just the point I was about to bring up, Mr. Cleaver. We must waste neither time nor money. This war effort is far too important to be disturbed by other factors. That is why I asked Mr. MacDonald to call you. You see, our organization has its own estimate staff, composed of men trained to do precisely the type of work that will be required here. Consequently, under the new setup, you will be an unnecessary cog in an already perfect machine. I trust you understand, Mr. Cleaver." Hank stared at him, stricken. You mean you won't want me here anymore?" "To be more accurate," replied the government agent, "we won't need you. That is, in your present capacity. However, I have no doubt that a man like yourself, familiar with all angles of the steel industry, will find a niche." But I ain't," moaned Hank. "I wasn't in this business till a couple weeks ago." "What?" Grimper stared at him, then at the owner of the company. "I don't understand, Mr. MacDonald. Isn't this your chief estimator? He must have had some experience." "Hank," confessed the old man, "was a professor." "A what?" "Teacher," Hank said miserably. "I taught stuff and things at Midland U, algebra and a little general science and a smattering of this and that." "You mean that with such a background—" "I know what you're thinking," interposed old MacDonald hastily, "and 'tisn't so. Mr. Cleaver earned his job the hard way. The first day he set foot in here, I ordered him out, but he's made me swallow my words. Now, I consider his services invaluable." "Still," frowned Grimper, "Mr. Cleaver's talents are not sufficiently remarkable to justify his presence on such a project as that which we are about to embark on. We have our own engineers and mathematicians in Washington. Why, I am an efficiency expert myself, trained to handle emergencies." At that moment, the office door inched open. The old man glanced up worriedly. "Aye, Miss Cole? What is it?" "3 of the shop foremen, sir. They say they must see you immediately." "You'll excuse me, Mr. Gimper. Very well. Let 'em in, Miss Cole." Then, as 3 grim and grimy men shouldered angrily into the room, "Well, what's the matter? Don't stand there glaring at each other. Time is money. Speak up." Gorman, foreman of the maintenance department, spoke for the trio. "Well, it's the new tools we ordered, Mr. McDonald. The shipment just arrived." "Then what are you blathering about? You've been howling blue murder for weeks because they were delayed. Divide 'em up and get to work." "That's just it," fumed Hendricks of testing. "They couldn't send us our complete order, Mr. Mack. They only sent 17 sets, and we can't divide 'em up. They don't come out even." "Even?" repeated Grimper superciliously. Mulvaney, the construction foreman, complained. "I'm supposed to get 1/2 of all materials ordered, sir, but I can't take 1/2 of 17. Gorman's supposed to get 1/3, and Henny's supposed to get 1/9. Our problem is, how are we going to divide them up?" Gimper said, "Aren't you gentlemen making much ado about nothing? The answer seems to be very simple. Just open the crates and distribute the tools in their proper proportions." And he beamed at old Mac triumphantly, but his grin was short-lived. Gorman's sniff was one of pure disdain. "Didn't you hear Henny say them tools came in sets?" he snorted. "I'd look pretty, wouldn't I, mister, screwing a loose nut with 1/3 of a screwdriver? And Henny'd go to town measuring rivet precision with 1/9 of a caliper." Old MacDonald guffawed loudly. "I'm a-fearing he's got you there, Grimper. Hank, ha' you any idea what to do?" Cleaver'd been scratching his cranium. Now he said thoughtfully, "Well, maybe I have. Mr. Mack, Joe, can you borrow another set of them tools from supplies?" Gorman said swiftly, "I can, but I won't. I want my full share of the order, Hank. I don't want no debt against my department in supplies." "There won't be. But let's suppose, for the moment, that you have borrowed a set. Now, how many sets would you have?" Why, 18, of course." "Sure. Now, Mike, you get 1/2 of them sets, 9, right? And Joe, you get 1/3, or 6. Satisfied? Bill, your department gets 1/9 of the order, or 2 complete sets, okay? Well, boys, there you are. Everybody happy?" "Everybody but me," stormed George Gorman. "I've got a set of tools charged against me in supplies. That idea's all right for these lugs, maybe, but I got my rights." "Now take it easy," soothed Hank. 2 and 6 and 9 is only 17, Joe. There's still 1 set left over, so now you can return that one to supplies." "Well, I'll be damned," said Mulvaney. And on that note of sincere, if profane admiration, the department heads disappeared to divvy up the disputatious shipment with an air of "I told you so." Old Mac turned to a rather acid-looking Gimper. "You see, Mr. Grimper? Indispensable is what he is. You maun do well for to reconsider this matter." But there was a streak of mule 6 feet tall and 2 feet wide in the Federal man. He sniffed down his long, thin nostrils and studied Hank through his pince-nez with detached interest. "Harumph," he harumphed. "Very interesting, but not at all new, you know. Hardly mathematics at all. In fact, a numerical paradox based on an old Arabian legend, if I'm not mistaken." I did what Flatbushers would call a slow burl. In other words, I was boined up. But while I was still striving for words, young Johnny Day, who'd entered from his office, came charging to Hank's defense. "Maybe it's not mathematics," he raged, "in the pure sense, but it's something more valuable. Common sense. Any man who can pop up with a quick answer to a problem like that is a handy guy to have around. You are an efficiency expert, Mr. Grimper, but you had no solution to offer." Grimper's lean jaw tightened. His eyes grew cold as a ditch digger's ears in Siberia. Whatever slow beginnings of humanity might have been waking in his bosom died now. "I am sorry, gentlemen," he said in a tone of finality which meant he wasn't at all, "but I am not convinced. I presume, Mr. MacDonald, you do want this government order?" "Naturally," grudged old Mac. "Then," primly, "you must accept my decisions on questions of policy. Mr. Cleaver, you are hereby granted 2 weeks in which to clear up your affairs around this plant, at the end of which time your services will no longer be needed. I trust you will find suitable employment elsewhere." And he smiled, a mean, oily little smile, the heel. So that, lads and lassies, was that. Hank was OUT on called strikes, but if you think he just quit trying to do his share because a fortnight's deadline was hanging over his head, you don't know old turnip torturer Cleaver. The Northern Bridge, steel, and etc. was still needing estimating, so Hank labored straight on through till the last day, lending his individual, if unwanted, talents. Thus it was on that Saturday afternoon he drew his final paycheck. He had still not cleared out his desk drawers and lockers for the next incumbent. He told me so at dinner. I asked, "Well, what's the program, Hankus? After we feed, we grab a choo-choo?" But he stared at me. "We, Jim? But you wasn't laid off." "Birds of a feather," I told him. "Flop together. I go where you go." He shook his head. "Oh, no, Jim. Thanks a lot, but you got to stick. This ain't no time for individuals to fuss and argue. We got a war to win, and wherever man's needed, he's got to stay." "But how about you, Hank?" "I'll find something else to do. When we're through eating, I've got to go back to the plant and pick up what belongs to me, then I'll mosey along." I sighed. "Well, all right, chum, if that's the way it is." That, he assured me, was the way it was. So we went back to the plant about 8:30 p.m., and that's where the final insult was added to injury. For after we'd passed the gate, a slim, forbidding figure stepped from the shadows to halt us with a challenge. "Just a moment. Who goes there?" I started, then I grinned impudently. It was friend Grimper in person, and not in effigy. I said, "Just brace and nasty spies, pal. Don't shoot till you see the yellow down our backs." The government man edged forward austerely. "And what are you two doing back at this time of night? Blakeson, you have no right to be here after 6 o'clock, and your friend has no right here at any hour." I said, "Well, you two for a nickel imitation of a G-man?" But Hank, unruffled as ever, said calmly, "Easy does it, Jim. Why, Mr. Grimper, I just came back to gather up the stuff in my locker and desk. It won't take me long." Gimper said sourly, "Well, all right, but I'll have to go along with you. We can't afford to give strangers the run of the mill nowadays. Constant vigilance is our only defense against saboteurs and espionage agents, and there are valuable military stores within these gates." "Strangers," I spat disgustedly. "You got a hell of a nerve, Gimper. Hank Cleaver volunteered his talents to this concern before you ever knew it existed." "Services," said Grimper coldly, "which ended today, and I should not be surprised, Mr. Blakeson, if yours were to be terminated soon. Well, come along." End of section 8. Section 9 of 4 Stories of Horsesense Hank by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. Horsesense Hank Does His Bit, Part 2. So we entered the plant, and of course it was black as a whale's belly in there. But do you think Dopey Joe would let us turn on any lights? Oh, no. He had ideas about that, too. He was fuller of ideas than a Thanksgiving turkey is of chestnuts. He commanded, "You will use a flashlight, please. One never knows what prying eyes may be upon us." "There are a couple of eyes," I glared. "I'd like to pry with doubled pinkies. Hurry up, Hank, get your things and let's scram out of here. There's a bad odor around here and it's not oil fumes. Hank emptied his desk drawers and we picked our way down darkened corridors, through the machine shop and turning room toward the lockers. We had but one more room to cross, the drafting room, wherein were stored all the blueprints and testing models. We were halfway across this, our tiny flashlight beam a dim beacon before our stumbling feet when, out of the gloom, suddenly, terrifyingly, a voice. "Halten Sie sich! Not a move, Otto! Get them!" Don't ever ask me about the next few minutes. I was there in body only. My mind was as blank as a 4th of July cartridge. I remember seeing figures, 2, 3, or 20, darting toward us. I remember yelling, ducking, and punching with one and the same motion. I remember hearing guttural voices, snarling commands that ended mostly in Geworden so it must have been German. I remember feeling with satisfaction a spurt of sticky warmth deluge my knuckles as I hit the jackpot on something spongy that howled. I remember, too, hearing Hank gasp, "Judas Priest! German spies!" just before his lanky length toppled under the impact of an accurately wielded blackjack. And I remember my last conscious thought that when I got a chance, I must offer an apology to Sourpuss Grimper, because that thin, hawk-nosed stencil of superiority plus was, whatever else his faults, a bang-up fighting man in a pinch. With a fury incredible in one his size and build, he was laying about him like a demon. One hiney was peacefully slumbering at his ankles already, a second bawling for assistance. Then 3 or 4 or 1,000 of them rushed me at the same time. I remember something playing, "Heavy, heavy, what hangs over your head," above my cranium. Then that's all I do remember. A bomb exploded in my cerebrum and I went Betty-bye. I had a nice little dream then. I dreamed I was in Spain during the Inquisition, and a black-robed priest had me fastened to a windlass. As he murmured pious paternosters in my ears, he was gently screwing the instrument tighter, and I was gasping with pain as my arms slowly, grindingly withdrew from their sockets. I wriggled, emitting a muffled howl, and awakened to find the dream based on cold, brutal fact. My mouth was full of cotton waste, slightly worse for wear, explaining my muffled tones. My arms were tied together with a short scrap of hemp. This length had been passed through the draw chain of a skylight, and thus securely locked. I hung dangling like a pendulum with my toes barely scraping the floor. Nor was I the only trussed duck in this tableau. My pal Hank was swinging from another skylight chain a few yards away, while Grimper made it 3 on a ratch. The government agent was the luckiest of us all. He was out cold, and so he didn't have to listen, as did Cleaver and I, to the gleeful chucklings of the saboteurs. And chuckling they were, like the hooded villains in a Victorian melodrama. Apparently, 1,000 or 2,000 of them had gone home, because there were now only half a dozen. But these 6 were the nastiest-looking Nazis I ever hope not to see again. Beetle-browed thugs, fine examples of the pure Aryanism Herr Scheckel-Gruber is always bragging on. They'd been rifling the plant as we happened in, I guess, because the floors were strewn with a litter of papers and blueprints, diagrams, schematics, formulae. As my bleary eyes opened, one of the foragers was complaining to the chief rascal. "Nothing here, Schegel. This has a search of no value been." "And you," I piped up rather feebly, "a nest of rats are. What's the big deal? Untie us or—" The ringleader turned, grinning unpleasantly. "Or," he sneered, "vat, Schweinhund. So, Karl, nothing we can use there is here? Very well, it matters not. When we leave, we shall the plant make useless to the verdammt Amerikanisch." He called to the others of his cohorts, scattered around the room. You are ready? When I give the word, ignite. Polecat number 2 jerked a dirty thumb in our direction. And how about them, Schlegel? Schlegel's grin would have congealed hot toddy. We leave them here. Of course, but... The other man fingered a blunt-nosed automatic hopefully. Would it not be safer to... Nein, chuckled Schlegel boastfully. We shall not make bullet holes in their carcasses. That the cleverest part of my plan is. That is why we tied them thus. The same fire that destroys them will devour the ropes around their wrists, dropping their bodies to the floor, leaving no evidence. The investigators will believe they started the fire, and so will not search further for us. He laughed coarsely and poked me in the ribs. That amusing is, nicht wahr, mein Freund? Yeah, I answered grimly. It's a howl. Just like kidnapping Polish girls and executing innocent hostages, you filthy. I wrestled savagely with my bonds, but my efforts just sent lancets of pain burning through my already groaning armpits. I glanced at Hank, but he was still hanging quietly from his chain, his eyes closed, his head loud forward upon his chest. He, like Grimper, was blissfully unconscious. Now came an end to the German's taunts. He swung to his aides, rapped swift commands. Matches scratched, flared, were thrust instantly in heaps of piled rubble. Tongues of flame rose, wavering, strengthened, licked hungrily higher as the inflammable material ignited. For the first time, a sense of real fear filled me. Up till this moment, the whole affair had seemed so fantastic, so maddeningly unreal, that it had been a sort of wild dream. Now I realized belatedly, suddenly, completely, that this was really happening to me, here in the heart of the USA. This was war. We had met the enemy in battle and had lost. I realized, too, that something more vital than just our 3 lives was in danger. This building, up the wooden walls of which angry rivulets of fire were now creeping, was an important cog in Uncle Sam's total war effort. Destroyed, it meant loss of precious material to the Allies, hundreds of eager hands restrained from putting into employment the tools which forged the weapons of democracy, thousands of tanks and guns and aircraft withheld from fighters who needed them. But we were helpless. The more so now because our captors were scurrying from the room like rats from a sinking ship. As the gloom lightened to ochre, they hurried to a door, slipped through it, and the clank of metal upon metal meant they had dropped the lock bar into place behind them. Trapped to die like moths in a flame. But a moth had wings. We had none. Our hands were pinioned to an inaccessible pillory. I writhed again, a moan wrenching from my lips as my shoulder muscles strained and tore, and then a calm, familiar voice speaking to me, the voice of Horsesense Hank. I wouldn't do that if I was you, Jim. 'Twon't help none, and it may just make matters worse. I gasped. Hank! Thank the Lord you're alive. I was afraid maybe you... I'm all right, said Cleaver gently. Just stand a little. I come to a few minutes ago, but I figured as how I might as well keep my eyes and mouth shut. No sense letting the enemy know you got your wits about you, I calculate. His eyes studied the ever-fanning flame with incredibly detached interest. Things spreading fast, hey? Do you reckon the fire department will be able to catch it before it ruins the whole plant? I'd give $1 million, I told him honestly, to be here to find out. 'Pears to me, mused Hank, like they will. That's green wood, you know. Don't burn as quick as seasoned timber would. Yep, I 'low as how them spies won't do as much damage as they planned on. That, I moaned, will be a great consolation to us when they bury our ashes. Our which? Hank stared at me curiously. Oh, you mean, why, hell, Jim, we ain't dead yet. At this point, another voice intruded itself into the conversation, the dry, resigned voice of Mr. Grimper. No, not yet, gentlemen, but I am afraid it is time to prepare for that fate, for we are hopelessly secured, the doors are locked and bolted upon us, and in a few minutes the room will be a furnace of flame. I shuddered. Of course, his prophecy was not news to me, but it made our peril more real to hear it thus spoken. His words, however, completely failed to disturb the placidity of Horsesense Hank. Hank just said, "Why, 'lo, Mr. Gimper, I was hoping you'd snap out of it pretty soon. Die? Why, we ain't a-gonna die. Not since them Nazis was too dumb to tie us up." My heart gave a sudden leap. I had to swallow before I could choke. Tie us? What do you mean, Hank? We are tied, and to something far above our heads. We can't even reach the bar we're chained to. We don't have to, Jim. They gave us a loophole almost within reach. You notice that there skylight chain is a right thin one. I can't get these rope loops off in my wrists, but I think I can squeeze the skylight chain through a loop. He straightened his legs, and I realized suddenly he had purposely kept them slightly bent at the knees during the time our enemies had been in the room. Now his toes gave him reasonable foothold on the floor. Using this, he leapt up and gripped the steel chain above his ropes, drew himself up hand over hand until he was swinging comfortably in the loop. What he did then was weird and inexplicable to me, until, of course, a long time afterward. He pushed the steel chain through one of the rope loops around his wrist, pulled a wide metal bite through this opening, stepped into the loop, and dropped lightly to the floor free. The only encumbrance on him was a length of hemp between his arms. Now that he was at liberty to approach us, it was a matter of minutes for him to unloose our bonds and have us untie his. Grimper's jaw had dropped his bottom vest button. Slowly, comprehension dawned on his features. He gasped, A problem in applied topography. Astounding. I can hardly believe my eyes, but it's completely logical, Mr. Cleaver. I owe you an apology. Please allow me to. Footnote. Hank's problem here was similar to those interesting ones presented by Messrs. Krasna and Newman in their fascinating volume, Mathematics and the Imagination. The captives were not truly bound so long as freedom of leg movement permitted them to convert their bonds into a simply connected manifold. By way of illustration, and for your own amusement, tie a 36-inch piece of string to each of your wrists. Tie a second piece of string to each of the wrists of a friend in such a fashion that the second piece loops the first. By experiment, you will discover it's quite possible to disengage yourself from your companion without breaking or cutting the string. Another interesting example of topological freedom is that achieved in removing the vest without first removing the coat. Try it. The coat may be unbuttoned, but your arms must not slip out of the coat sleeves. Editor. End of footnote. Which? Asked Hank interestedly. I didn't know it had no name, Mr. Grimper. Just 'peared to me like as if a circle's got an inside and an outside, and we was in the inside, so we wasn't tied up at all, rightly speaking. Well, let's get out of here. Well, he might make the suggestion, for all this had taken time. As we labored to free each other, we had heard an excited hubbub gathering outside. The wail of fire sirens had sounded, the yammer of voices raised in command, and a stream of water was already beginning to play upon one wall. But in the meantime, the fire had gained headway. The walls of this room were ruddy sheets of flame. The narrow circle of safety in which we stood was rapidly dwindling, and my skin was beginning to crack and blister with oven-fierce heat. I croaked despairingly. "But how, Hank? We're free, yes, but the doors are still locked and the windows?" "Why, the skylight, Jim," drawled Hank. "That's our exit. Hey, grab him." I whirled just in time to catch the falling frame of the government agent Grimper. The thin man had come to an end of his endurance. His heart was stout and courageous, out of all proportion to his physical makeup. With a stifled cry, he had fainted dead away. Well, there you are. One moment we were on our road to a happy ending, and bing! All of a sudden, the three gray ladies slap us in the puss with a damp mackerel. I stared at Hank fearfully and moistened parched lips. "Well, what will we do with him, Hank? We can't just leave him here to die." Hank stroked a lean and thoughtful jaw. "Sorta complicates matters, don't it?" he queried. "Let's see. We could heist him up, couldn't we?" I said bitterly, "I can't, Hank. I hate to admit it, but I'll be a damn liar if I pretend otherwise. I'm so weak and my armpits so badly strained that it'll be all I can do to lift myself. Can you?" Hank shook his head miserably. "Nope. I didn't jump off in that chain just now, Jim. I fell off. Hanging up there like jerked meat wrenched something in my back. I calculate I can climb that chain myself, but I couldn't hoist nobody else's weight." "Wait a minute. Wait." He repeated the word more loudly. A gleam brightened in his eye. "Sure. Dead weight. There's the answer. Here, give me a hand, Jim. We gotta lash him to one strand of this pulley chain. Use them ropes. Got it? Okay, tie him tight now." He's tied," I puffed. The smoke was beginning to get me now. Tears were coursing down my cheeks. Time was getting perilously short. "Well, what do we do next?" "Get on the other end of that chain," ordered Hank, "and climb." What? "And leave him dangling here below? But it only saves our lives, Hank. See, the flames are right on us. We won't have time to reach the skylight and haul him up." "Do what I tell you," roared Hank, "and hurry." There was more vehemence in his voice than I'd heard at any previous time. It startled me into activity. I leapt for the side of the draw chain opposite to that which Grimper was hanging limp, began climbing like a monkey, hand over hand. The dangling chain drew taut above me, and I saw that Hank, too, was climbing. I looked for Grimper, and Grimper was above me. As Hank and I climbed one side of the chain, the ancient's inert body was being hauled up the other. He reached the cool sanctuary of the skylight before we did, lifted to safety by our combined weights. Before I remembered the old monkey weight and pulley puzzle that one time caused a near riot in a statid academy of savants. So, all's well that ends well. It was an easy matter to unlash Grimper when we had reached the roof. An easier job yet to hurry him down a fire escape to the ground. And, as my ever-logical friend had guessed, the fire laddies put out the blaze before it spread to adjacent buildings. Thus, what might have proved a serious loss to American offense was held to a minimum. One building, which could be easily replaced. We didn't leave town that night. We were exhausted, for one thing. For another, Hank was in no condition to board a train. His suitcase had been destroyed in the fire, and as he ruefully confessed to me, when I asked his reason for backing away from the wildly cheering mob that escorted us to our hotel, The fire had got in one last farewell lick just as we escaped. Said caress had singed a neat round hole in Hank's southern exposure. And the next day, there came a hurrying call from Johnny Day. They had caught the saboteurs, or thought they had, and would we please come and identify them? So we did, and they were, and the Jerrys were taken into custody by a detail of granite-eyed soldiers who gripped their garans as if they hoped Hitler's hirelings would break for freedom, which, of course, they didn't. No longer holding the whip hand, they were the meekest, humblest-looking skunks you ever saw. It was then that Grimper, so trim and fresh that you'd never known he'd been almost baked Grimper au jus, moved forward to shake Hank's hand. "Last night, Mr. Cleaver," he said, "I apologized to you. This morning, I want to repeat that apology and wish you all possible success when you leave here." Hank just blushed and wriggled a bulldog-tipped shoe into the carpet. "Aw, that's all right, Mr. Grimper." But if he could take it like that, I couldn't. In a fury, I stepped forward and shoved my nose into Grimper's pan. "You may be an agent for Uncle Sam," I snarled, "and a joy to your loving mama, but you're a pain in the pants to me, Grimper. You got one hell of a nerve. This man saved your life and McDonald's plant after you fired him, and now you got the almighty guts to wish him bon voyage? Well, I for one." But surprisingly, it was old Mac who stopped me. "Now take it easy, Blakeson," he said. "'Tisna the time to gripe and grouse. Mr. Grimper kens his duties as an agent o' Uncle Sam. There's a certain amount of accuracy in what he says. There's no fitting place here for Hank's peculiar talents." "If not here," I howled, "then where on earth?" "Now, Jim," begged Hank mildly, but the answer came from Mr. Grimper. A smile split the lips of the scrawny little fighting cock. "Why, in Washington, of course," he said. "Like all humans, I make mistakes, Mr. Blakeson, but when I discovered I erred, I tried to rectify my hastiness. Therefore, I have today wired Washington that Mr. Cleaver is on his way. He will act as personal and confidential advisor to the President. Mr. Cleaver, do you think you'd like that?" But he got no answer from Horsesense Hank, for that gentleman had faded dead away on the floor. And me? Well, I slumbered blissfully beside him. Where Hank goes, I go. The end. End of section 9. Section 10 of 4 Stories of Horsesense Hank by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. Horsesense Hank in the Parallel Worlds. Chapter 1. What if Washington hadn't crossed the Delaware? Horsesense Hank found the strange answer when he traveled into the past. The whole damn thing was Jameson's fault. He was a snippy sort of somebody, anyway. Even if he was head of the U.S. government's physics research department, he liked nothing more than to fling his physical and mental weight around because he had an exaggerated amount of the first and an exaggerated opinion of the second. He riled Hank Cleaver worse than boils on the postscript. "It ain't just what he says, Jim," Hank groused one night. "That don't matter. There's just 2 opinions, right and wrong, logical and illogical. As a human being, it's his privilege to think as screwy as he wants, but daggone, it's the way he says things, like he is the only one who has a speck of common sense. Now, if I didn't have a little bit, would I be here?" That question needed no answer. Hank was here, in Washington, D.C., simply and solely because the men who run our nation had finally recognized his peculiar abilities. Horsesense Hank Cleaver was not an educated man in the formal sense of the phrase. He'd never completed college or high school, and it is an even money bet that he never got much further than the 6th grade of the rural grammar school near his lower Westville farm. But he had something greater, more important than mere book learning. He had a gift for determining the answers to problems of any scientific nature by means of plain, old-fashioned, common-sense horse logic. It was this gift which had lifted him from his lonely turnip patch to the ivy-colored walls of Midland University, which alleged institution of higher knowledge had installed him to the chair of general and practical sciences. And it was this same gift which had enabled him to serve his country well as chief estimator at the Northern Bridge Steel and Girder Company during the first months of the war. Now, a grateful government had transferred him to the nation's capital, where his straightforward reasoning might be at the service of the president himself. And because Hank Cleaver and Jim Blakeson are as inseparable as corn pone and chitlins, I was here with him. As a matter of fact, dear old Washington on the Potomac was beginning to look like an overgrown Midland U campus. H. Logan McDowell, president of the college, was here as $1 a year man and worth every penny of it, while his charming daughter Helen, Hank's fiancée, was working in the USO headquarters. "It ain't," complained Hank, scowling, "as if I was hard to get along with. Gosh knows I'm easy-going enough." There was no gainsaying that. Hank was as mild and gentle as a carnation cow. "But he plagues me," confessed Hank. "Disagrees with most everything I say. Spouts facts and figures at me. When he knows ding busted, well, I can't understand that kind of talk. My brain don't work that way. I just get the theories and work 'em out by plain dumb hoss logic." I said, "Well, what's the trouble now?" Hank fingered a paper of cut plug, tucked enough in his cheek to make him look as if he were munching on a medium-sized billiard ball. This was his one vice. When he married fair Helen a few months hence, it would probably become taboo. Meanwhile, in the privacy of the apartment we shared, he kept his molars and incisors well lubricated. "Well," he said, "it's time." I stared at the clock. Time? Time for what? "Not that kind of time, Jim. I mean the problem of time. What is it, and how you can shift it around and all that sort of stuff." I said, "Oh. In other words, Pal Jameson has been making with the metaphysics, eh? On account of what?" "On account," explained Hank, "of I happened to say, wouldn't it be swell if somebody could go backward in time and do something to stop the Nazi movement from ever getting organized? Then there wouldn't be no war like we're fighting today." "That," I approved, "sounds like a swell idea. Go back and push a little paper hanger named Adolf Schlickelgruber under a Munich streetcar, huh? I'd gladly volunteer for the job if there was any way of doing it." "So would most of us. Only Jameson," continued Hank, "'lowed as how it was impossible. He claims all this warfare and stuff is inescapable. Says the progress of mankind is foreordained and they can't nobody do nothing to change it ever. He says the book of time was all writ up in advance and there wasn't no way to change it." Hank squinted at me dubiously. He quoted some poem out of a book called The Diamond Sailboat or something. Sue me if I'm wrong, I grinned, but maybe it was the Rubaiyat by an old Persian named Omar. He wrote, "The moving finger writes, and having writ, moves on, nor all your piety nor wit can lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all your tears erase a word of it." "That's it, Jim," nodded Hank. "That's the poem," he said. "Well, I tried to reason with him, told him he was all wrong, things couldn't be that way." I asked, "Why not, Hank?" "Lots of philosophers have reached the conclusion that existence is predestined." "Maybe so," said Hank doggedly, "but it just ain't logical. Life is chemical, and existence is just like a chemical equation, Jim, balanced on a hairspring. Every little thing which happens, the fall of an empire, the discovery of a new element, somebody's cold in the head, anything and everything becomes a factor. We live in a world we live in today because it's the only possible world under the conditions of our past. Of course, there could be—" Hank's eyes clouded. "There could be," I laughed at him. "For once, pal, you're caught in the middle. Your theory is just as good as Jameson's, but no better. You can't prove it. So how about a couple of rounds of checkers before we turn in?" Hank temporarily forgot whatever new conjecture had occurred to him. He looked a bit petulant as he aimed a shot of liquid brown at the distant bronze jug. "Now, looky here, Jim. You don't deny things would be a heap different if you and me'd never met and I'd stayed home on my turnip farm?" "No." "Well, then." "But," I pointed out, "perhaps it was ordained that we should meet and that you should come to Midland U." Hank groaned. "Jim Blakeson, you make me plumb sick. You're darn near as bad as Jameson. That settles it. I began thinking this afternoon maybe I'd do it. Now I've made up my mind." "Do what?" I demanded. "I'm gonna settle this question," he said firmly. "I'm going back to the past and find out if you two are right, if things is inevitable or whether circumstances can change 'em." I gulped. Hank sometimes said fantastic things, but he never makes boasts he cannot fulfill. This, however— The past?" I faltered. "You heard me," declared Hank petulantly. "I guess I'll be kind of busy for the next couple of days. I'm going to build me one of them there now time travel machines." End of section 10. Section 11 of 4 Stories of Horsesense Hank by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. Horsesense Hank in the Parallel Worlds, Chapter 2. Double Feature. Well, you know me, old brain like a fish Blakeson. I stared at him foolishly for a moment, then, when he said no more about it, decided Hank had finally developed, along with his many other virtues, a sense of humor. So I chuckled, and he chuckled with me, and we went to bed a little while later, and I proceeded to forget all about it. Didn't even dawn on me when the next morning he went out and came home with a couple armloads of wires, tubes, and miscellaneous do-gadgets that he meant business. He was always prancing home with some kind of lab equipment or other. You know how amateur scientists are. So I went ahead with my duties, which were plugging the sale of U.S. government bonds and stamps, and by the way, you better buy 'em, kiddies. And 3 days whisked by, as days have a habit of doing. Then Travis Tompkins, chief technician of the observatory, halted me one day on the street. "Say, Blakeson, where's Cleaver hiding himself? He promised to help me plot the orbit on that new comet he and I discovered." He and you? I snorted. Where do you get the community spirit? All you did was point the telescope where Hank told you. Oh, he's places doing things. I'll tell him you want him. And less than an hour later, I bumped into H. Logan McDowell himself in person, and not the captive balloon he looked like, to meet the same query. James, my dear lad, puffed the erstwhile Prexy of our former alma mammy, I have been endeavoring to ascertain the whereabouts of our erudite rural companion. If you could enlighten me? If you mean, I interpreted, where's Hank? I guess he's home. H. Logan pawed his plump jowls speculatively. You might inform him that my daughter is most disturbed about his apparent disinclination to seek her company. How's that again? I asked. McDowell frowned at me disapprovingly. The custom, he harumphed, is commonly known as dating. You mean she wants to fling woo, I said, and old Hank ain't been parking on the divan lately? Now I know he's off his button. A gal like Helen? And with the marriage date already set? All right, Prexy, I'll tell him. So I guess those two chance meetings serve as eye-openers, because when I went home that evening, I came to the realization that Hank Claver had turned our tiny flat into a super scientific workshop. There were odds and ends of things all over the living room. When I entered, I heard a humming in Hank's bedroom, a curious whining wail that stopped just as I entered, gave way to the tapping of a hammer on metal. Hank, I yelled. No answer. The lamps dimmed for a moment, then rose again as the humming sound drowned out my call. Hank, I cried again. Still no answer. So I walked over to the door and banged. Hey, come out, wherever you are. And Hank came to the door, hair rumpled, a smear of grease running diagonally from his right temple to the tip of his nose, collar open, sleeves rolled high. Was you calling me, Jim? He asked. Who, me? I retorted elaborately. Oh, no, I was just addressing an envelope. Hey, what the hell makes around here? Anyhow, everybody and his brother's been asking me where I hid the corpus delicti. What are you making? Then I looked over his shoulder and saw it. It was the wildest, weirdest looking thing you ever set eyes on in your life. I can't describe it exactly. They say English is the most elastic of all the languages, but even it lacks the words to describe some things, like this one. But I'll take a running start and see what happens. It was a machine. It was made of metal and glass and gadgets and doolollies and sugar and spice and everything nice. That's what little girls are made of. It was shaped something like the tonneau of a 1931 model Packard, and somewhat more like a big old-fashioned bathtub with a hood. It was roughly oval, but only roughly so, because you couldn't exactly decide what shape it was. It wriggled. So help me, that's just what it did. Coils of wire wound around and around the tonneau part, in which there were two wide upholstered seats and an incomprehensible dashboard bedecked with 12 or 20 dials. These coils twisted out to fore and aft of the egg-shaped structure and vanished. It had other features, but that's all I saw during that first startled glance, and that was enough. I loosed a squawk of despair and held on to Hank for dear life. What is it? I yelped. Great whispering winds, what do you call that? That monstrosity. Hank said, now calm down, Jim. It ain't like you to act this way. There ain't no cause for alarm. That's what they told Mrs. Leary when she bought the cow, I moaned. Only look what happened. Then suddenly I remembered our conversation of a few nights ago, and I choked in my own incredulous words. Hank, that's not it. Tell me it's not a time machine? Horsesense Hank grinned and tugged at a straggling wisp of hair. Well, I reckon I could tell you that, Jim. But it wouldn't be what you might call the truth, 'cause that's just what it is. The machine that's going to carry us back into the past to prove my theories. I said, it's a time machine, weakly. A time machine, I said, and then the double take struck me. Us? I howled. Us? Into the past? Oh no, gangway, pal. Hank grabbed me and held on tight. He's about 4 inches taller than I am, and dawn to dusk workouts behind the plow built him muscles like tension springs. My legs churned air, and I got nowhere. Hank said aggrievedly, Now, Jim, I never thought you'd let me down like this. Talking about letting down, I bleated. How about me? Who's holding who? Let go, Hank. I just remembered I'm supposed to meet a guy about 4,000 miles from here. Now, darn it, you gotta come with me, said Hank. It wouldn't do me no good to go gallivanting off to the past by myself. I got to have witnesses. I'll have this machine finished by tomorrow. Then it wasn't completed yet. That was a horse of a different color. I stopped struggling. I said, Will you be kind enough to take your greasy paws off of me, you dope? My goodness, you act as if I were afraid of something. I moved over to the machine, studied it with pacified interest. How does it work? I asked. Hank grinned sheepishly and worked one bulldog tiptoe into the rug. Oh, it wasn't nothing much, really. Not when you understand what time is. Oh, naturally, I said. But isn't it funny? For the moment, it seems to have slipped my mind. What is time? Why, it's another dimensional matter. Some calls it the fourth dimension, but that's plumb silly, of course. Dimensions is dimensions, and it don't matter how you number 'em so long as you know how to use 'em. Anyhow, what this here machine does is run down a pathway through the time dimension just like an auto runs on the road, or an elevator runs up and down, or an aeroplane flies round in circles. See? No, I said. Well, it's as simple as ABC, Jim. I just made a helical vortex with these here wires as them motivating cores and slung the machine in it like a basket. Right now, while I test it, I got it operating on AC, house current, but when I push this little do-gummy, he pressed a small switch, I shifted to self-generating DC. These other levers control the distance in time it travels, and there's space location finders too. Only thing I ain't figured out yet is... Yet? I gasped. Yet? You've done all this within 4 days? Solved a problem that has eluded men of genius for centuries, and you're worried about one minor detail? Well, it ain't what you might call minor, Jim. Hank, you'd never had a day's mechanical training in your life. I know that. So tell me, how on earth could you know how to make this machine? Cleaver blushed. Why, it just comes sort of natural, Jim. 'Peared to me as if they was only one way to make it, so, oh golly. A stricken look swept suddenly over his face, and I spun to discover the reason. The reason was 5'2" of loveliness standing in the doorway of our apartment. Breathtaking but outraged loveliness, answering to the name of Miss Helen McDowell. Her dark eyes were like thunderclouds, and her foot tapped the carpet angrily. Well, she said, well, at last I find you. It was I who had to hold Hank Cleaver now. He was trying desperately to wriggle out of my grasp. I believe he had some idea trying to crawl under the carpet. Finally, he surrendered. Turned to face his fiancée. "Hello, honey," he said. "Don't honey me," snapped Helen. "What were you two talking about just now?" Hank had temporarily suffered a paralysis of vocal cords, and I went to bat for him. "Dimensions," I said. "Hank was explaining to me how the time dimension operates." Helen sniffed. "Time, indeed. Perhaps he needs an explanation of time himself. I suppose you completely forgot you had a date with me an hour and a half ago, Hank Cleaver." Hank straggled. I said apologetically, "Now, Helen, don't be angry. I guess he forgot to mention it." "That," scorned the girl, "is just the sort of poor joke I would expect from you, Jim. Well, I'm going to marry him and get him away from your bad influence soon." Before I could think up a good comeback to that one, she shouldered past me into Hank's bedroom laboratory, eyed with disdain the wavering, nebulous whatchamacallit standing there. "What do you call this?" she demanded. It's a time machine, honey," said Hank meekly. Funniest looking clock I ever saw." "Not that kind of time, sugar plum." Hank visioned forgiveness in her aroused interest. He sprang to her side, pointing out the various dials and gadgets. "This takes you to the past so you can watch history being made, or into the future." Helen, being a woman, had no time for nonsense like that. She got right down to fundamentals. "It's not streamlined," she said. "I don't like the color, and the dashboard isn't pretty. Where's the cigarette lighter? And those seats don't look very comfortable." And she climbed into the front seat. Hank said, "Now, Helen, don't get in there yet. It ain't quite finished and—" She ignored him with magnificent aplomb. "I'm glad one of us has good common sense," she said. "If you're going to be an inventor, someone has to keep an eye on you to make sure your inventions are practical. Just as I thought, these cushions aren't at all comfortable. They're not wide enough either. Get in here, Jim, beside me. Yes, that's right. And you too, Hank. Now, do you see what I mean? These seats should be a lot wider." Hank said nervously, "All right, sweetie pie, now let's go see a nice movie or—" "And what," continued Helen blandly, "is this tiny key for? A glove compartment? Let me see inside." Hank stiffened like a strychnine victim. His eyes bulged and his voice exploded in a sudden roar. "Don't touch that, Helen, don't!" He spoke a split second too late. Already the key was turning. Freezing in my chair, I heard a thin, whining hum from the time machine's motors. The framework shook, and I was suddenly aware that where about us a moment before we had seen a brightly illumined bedroom, now there was nothing but flickering mists of gray, wavering, bottomless, formless. "Dag-nabbit," cried Hank. "Oh, dag-nabbit to blazes. Now you went and did it." He reached across the terrified girl, snapped over the key. Instantly the flickering ceased. The gray, bottomless mist dissipated. The illumination returned. We were once again back in the bedroom, sitting in the time machine. But there was a startling difference. Standing beside us, staring at us with eyes huge as moons and mouth incredulously agape, were three people. And those three people were Helen McDowell, Horsesense Hank, and myself. End of section 11. Section 12 of 4 Stories of Horsesense Hank by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. Horsesense Hank in the Parallel Worlds, Chapter 3. The Wacky Worlds of Maybe. I was the first to break the horrified silence, and I hereby claim the all-time, all-American, and world's record for silence shattering because 2 of me broke it at once. I wailed, "Oh my God!" then started like a bishop in a burlicue as I heard my own voice wailing, "Oh my God!" and saw myself whirl and make a beeline for the door. Then Horsesense Hank, my Horsesense Hank, I should say, put his hand on my shoulder and said, "Easy, Jim." And the other Horsesense Hank put his hand on the other me's arm and said, "Easy, Jim." And the two Helens asked simultaneously, "Hank, what in the world has happened to us?" Hank's brows were furrowed. He said slowly, "Well, it's this way, honey." Then he stopped as he realized that his identical twin was saying the identical words in the same quiet voice. The two Hanks stared at each other for a second. Then the other Hank nodded. "Go ahead." He said, "Maybe you can explain it better than me." The Hank sitting beside me acknowledged the nod with its exact duplicate. "All right," he said. "Well, near as I can figure it out, it's this way. Helen done went and turned on the key while we was a-sitting in the machine, which set it into operation. Like I told you, this machine travels in time, and that's just what it done." But you said it wasn't working yet, Hank," I moaned. "No, Jim, I said it wasn't completed yet. There's a difference." It still didn't make sense. I gestured towards the three us's standing beside us. "But a time machine ought to go into the future or the past. These people..." Hank shook his head. "Jim, I showed you them dials on the dashboard. They control the future past time element, and they's the gadgets which wasn't completed yet." I pawed my hair feverishly. "But if they weren't connected, if we're neither in the future nor in the past, where are we? And who in the world are they?" "We're in the present," said Hank, "but we're in a different present. We didn't travel forward or backward. We slipped sideways across the time dimension to another present based on an entirely different set of possibilities. Leastwise," he glanced inquiringly at the other Hank, "that's what it 'pears like to me. Hank, Mr. Cleaver, how about that? What happened in your past? Didn't she turn the key?" "Are you crazy?" bleated my double. "Of course she didn't turn the key. She's just this moment entered the room." Our Helen seemed suddenly to understand. Some of the stupefaction left her eyes. A knowing look took its place, and she nodded to their Helen. "Delayed, dear? Was it your..." The other Helen blushed and nodded. "Yes. Just as I was leaving the house, it snapped, and I had to run back in and tack it up." "I thought of doing that," said our Helen. "Then I decided just to pin it together and come along. Why, this is ridiculous. Surely a little thing like a broken..." "But it did," interrupted Hank hastily. "It's like I told you, Jim, any little thing will change history of existence. You see what happened now? Back there an hour or so ago, Helen broke her... Something happened to Helen which gave her a choice of decisions. That was a deciding point in the history of all of us. Way it happened to you folks, she went back in and sewed it up. That made her a few minutes late, and she never got time to climb into the machine. Way it happened to us, Helen just jury-rigged her skivvies, excuse me, honey lamb, and come along. Got into the machine, turned the key, and here we are." "Yes, here we are," I squawked, "but where the hell are we? Logic or no logic, Hank, this is one time I will not believe my own eyes. These other us's don't exist. Can't exist. Why, it violates the law of conservation of matter. The same thing can't exist two places at the same time." "Sure it can't. agreed Hank impatiently, but I'm trying to tell you this ain't the same time. This here's a different world entirely. This is one world from an infinite number of possibilities arising out of the past. That other Jim Blakeson looks like you, Jim, and Hank studied him speculatively. My double had jerked a bottle of rye from the bedroom medicine cabinet and was feverishly engaging in warding off pneumonia for the next 10 years. And I must admit, he acts like you, too. But he ain't you. He's you like you would have been under different set of coordinates. This time I had him cold. Triumphantly, I cried, then if he's not me, this whole thing is a delirious dream. Otherwise, we couldn't meet because one of us has no real existence. Even granting that at any given point in the past, an infinitude of things could have happened, the fact remains that only one thing did happen. So one of us is alive and the other has no real existence. But Hank shook his head slowly and sadly. Nope, Jim. I'm sorry, but you're wrong again. It don't work out that way. From the beginning of time, I reckon there must have been billions of crucial situations, and each one of them has made way to another possible future, each one as true and valid as the rest. The big trouble is, and here he looked worried for the first time, stared at his silent prototype. But you built the machine too. You know what the trouble is. And the other Hank nodded his head soberly. Been wondering about it ever since you arose. What you gonna do about it? I don't know exactly, confessed Cleaver number 1. We had planned on installing a magnetic grapple in the machine so's we could always get back to where we come from, but now, ding busted, I'm in the machine and can't get out, and the equipment ain't installed. That was too much. It was bad enough arguing with Hank Cleaver, but to sit there listening to two Hank Cleavers talking and arguing with one another, that was a little too much for me. I sent out an SOS to my alter ego. Look, Buster, or Blakeson, or Narcissus, how about a share the health plan with that bottle? After all, I'm the guy who bought it. Footnote. Narcissus, according to legend, was a youth so infatuated with his own appearance that he spent all his time admiring his own reflection in a pool of water. End of footnote. He said, "The hell you did, but here," and held out the bottle. I reached for it. His hand passed completely through the walls of the machine in which I sat. My hand passed completely in and out of the bottle he handed me. The bottle fell right through my fingers, my arm, and my right foot and crashed on the floor below. Both of me wailed. Good dusty rye gurgled cheerfully into the carpet, and I stared at Hank Cleaver dismally. "Now what?" I demanded. "Now who did what when?" And Hank, a haunted look in his eyes, said, "Sorry, Jim, but that's another of the drawbacks to this time travel business. You can see things and hear them and smell them, but you can't touch them. Because as far as you're concerned, they ain't. And as far as they're concerned, you don't exist." Helen McDowell stared at him. "You mean we can't step out of this jalopy when we take it into our minds to do so?" "Nope," said Hank miserably. "We're locked in like caged mice." The thought was right, but he expressed it much too masculinely. At his words, both Helens emitted little squeals of fright, and our Helen swung into action. "Then I," she cried, "am getting out of here. Right away, I'm going back where I belong." "Helen!" howled Hank, agonized. "Hank, try to—" But both roar and pleas were bootless, for again my brainy chum's fiancé had clicked the key. The room had faded, and all sights and sounds were lost in that gray, flickering veil. Once more, we were on our way. Once, when I was a kid in knee breeches, I hitched my express wagon on behind what I thought was a leisurely local truck. A few minutes later, I was startled to find I was tied to a private ambulance on an emergency call. Worse yet, I could not unscramble my amateurish knot. I have never forgotten my wild, heart-pounding ride through the crowded city streets, lashing back and forth giddily like a bob in a boiling cauldron. Glimpsed through terrified eyes the unfamiliar streets through which we whirled at lightning speed, viewing a weird kaleidoscope of running feet, dodging autos, skyscrapers that seemed to topple precariously toward me as I rocked and swayed and trembled. What happened now made that childhood memory appear as gentle and undisturbing as tit-tat-toe night at the old lady's home. It was the same thing, only more so. Again, I experienced a sensation of wild, headlong, uncontrollable flight, but this time not only was the destination unfathomable, but also were the sights I saw and the sounds I heard so weirdly incredible as to half madden the brain. And that was because Horsesense Hank would not let bad enough alone. He kept reaching over and fingering studs, keys, and gadgets on the dashboard. He pushed one do-jigger, and the sensation of rising joined in with the other stomach-churning feelings we were undergoing. He pushed another, and I felt a swift surge forward to complete my feeling of utter rout. He kept turning off and on the motivating key. It was whenever he did so, whenever the gray flickering disappeared, that we saw things. And what things we saw! Our first stop, I plainly recall, was on the main street of a great city. We were right smack dab in the middle of the street, which didn't seem to affect us one way or the other, but it sure raised hob with the people amongst whom we suddenly and, I suppose, miraculously appeared. One of them walked right through us, then, discovering what he'd done, loosed a howl of terror and went racing down the street, trailed by a streamer of polysyllables which had, so far as I was concerned, absolutely no meaning. It was a scandal to the jaybirds he should be out walking anyway, because all he had on was a pair of soft sandals and a loose flowing gown that looked like somebody's bleached bathrobe. The streets were narrow and cobbled, the buildings tall and graceful, colonnaded with pillars, each of which was carven into the form of some heroic male or bulgy she-male. A fountain tinkled on a grassy lawn some few yards from us, and a bevy of olive-skinned babes were doing the family wash in the basin beneath it. When they clapped peepers on us, they joined voices in one chorus of fright, picked up their skirts, and dusted. Hank snapped the key. His next random stop was no better. If anything, it was worse. We found ourselves on a dusty road, surrounded by trees and fields in which labored scores upon endless scores of American Indians? They bent diligently to the labor of harvesting, while over them stood a grim-visaged soldier, clad in glistening buckler, greaves, and helm. As we sat watching, a mounted band of similarly clad warriors swung up the road. They saw us. Instantly their leader bellowed a command, and dust flew as they charged down upon us. I'll never forget the look on the leader's face as, with lances leveled, banners flying, swords drawn, they came banging hell for leather right up to, into, and through us. Hank snapped the key again. The next sights came and went so fast that I never fully saw nor comprehended any of them. In turn and variously, we found ourselves in a quiet village inhabited by plump little farmers who spoke German, a towering city lighted only by flickering gas lamps, a dirty little slum section wherein evil rossiters roared bawdy songs in French patios, a big temple, gilded and magnificent, surrounded by chanting rows of priests, the middle of a brick and plaster wall, a huge airfield upon which were reared fully a dozen monstrous egg-shaped crafts, one of which, as we stared bewildered, hurled itself heavenward in a tremendous burst of flame to be lost, a flaming dot, in the ebon reaches of the sky. Then a thriving little town where for the first time we saw printed words we could understand. Post Office, Hunters Fort, Virginia, CSA. All these and dozens more until my brain staggered before the questions it could not answer, and Hank continued to punch keys with, I could not help thinking, a desperate intentness. But it was Helen who broke first. She was a-tremble with emotion as she reached forward and stayed Hank's fingers on the studs, stayed our mad voyage in what was, by now, the most pleasant grayness of the void. And, Hank! She cried, No more, Hank! Oh, please, no more! I can't stand it. Not without knowing where we are, what these places are, what it all means. Hank took his hands from the controls reluctantly. For a long moment he studied us, then, I should think you'd understand by now, he said. I've been trying to explain it to you all along. What we've been seeing is just a fraction of them other possible worlds I was talking about. These are the worlds that might have been. End of section 12. Section 13 of 4 Stories of Horsesense Hank by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. Horsesense Hank and the Parallel Worlds. Chapter 4. A Stitch in Time. Might have been? I repeated. I didn't say it just like that, I guess. I said it more like, might have been. All right, so my teeth were chattering. So what? So maybe it was cold. How do you know? Hank said woefully, There's millions of them. Maybe billions? Maybe trillions. I don't know. I was just experimenting, trying to find which course this here machine took, if any, so I'd know. Helen's eyes were deep with surmise. She said, Do you mean, Hank, that any of these different existences might have been the history of the United States if other things had happened? Might have been, agreed Hank, and is. You gotta get that clear in your minds. This place is just as real to the people in 'em as our world is to us. If we was to try to tell 'em about our civilization, they'd think we was nuts, because things took a different twist for them, and they got a way of living which don't even conceive of our ways. And I can't conceive of their ways, I interrupted flatly. Hank, this is going too far. You admit we've been in the United States, all right. Make it the Northern American continent if you want to, all along. But we've seen men of a dozen different races, heard a dozen tongues spoken. Hank scratched his head. Well, now, Jim, I guess you know, I'm not what you might call a scholar, but I done read up a little about history, and it 'pears to me like all them things we seen could have happened if things had taken just a littlest bit of shift somewheres in the past. Take that first city we seen, for instance. Kind of funny according to American standards, I admit, but suppose the Greek Empire hadn't never fell. Ain't it plausible to figure as how maybe someday the expanding Greeks might have colonized America? They was a seafaring people, you know, and great lovers of beauty, art, and the social graces, but they was rotten bad scientists for the most part. Seems to me like their civilization would have reached a high peak, then never got no higher. Helen, her fears assuaged by a reasonable explanation, nodded vehement agreement. He's right, Jim. And those women were talking in Greek, or at least a modified form of it. I remember now a few words. Them other guys, mused Hank. Them soldiers, seems like they mought Oh, Ben, Romans. They was great ones to let the conquered people work the fields for 'em, and I noticed they had the engines on WPA. But all them guys talking Dutch. I can't figure that. It ain't reasonable to suppose it would be on account of if Germany had won the First World War. Even if they did, they couldn't have made the United States talk German and act German in 25 years. For once, I knew more than Hank Cleaver. I gloried in my little instant. I'll bet I know what moment in history made that existence possible. Back around the time of 1776, Hank, the fathers of the infant United States gathered to decide which language should be the official tongue of their new nation. The choice was a toss-up between English and German. English became the official language of our country by the slim margin of one vote, cast by a German American who based his decision on the belief that English was the more pliable tongue. Hank smacked his hands together. That's it, by gum, pretty nigh has to be. Now you see what a difference one little incident makes? If that man had voted for his native tongue, this country would have become a lazy, self-contained Teutonic colony instead of an up-and-atom commercial sea power. And them other places we seen? It was easy now that we understood the system. Gaslights, supplied Helen. If Thomas Edison, hadn't been fired from his job as candy butcher on the railroad. America is a French colony, I suggested. If Napoleon hadn't been defeated at Waterloo, he had designs on us, you know. That's why he placed Maximilian in Mexico. A powerful priesthood governing the world, broke in Helen again. Would that be the papal state? Or could it have been Atlantis if the island had not sunk? That there CSA had me stumped for a minute, said Hank, but I got it now. That stands for the Confederate States of America, if Pickett had come up at Gettysburg. But that other world of might have been, I demanded eagerly, the most awe-inspiring one we saw, the one where giant spacecraft lay in their cradles, what could that have sprung from? There was silence for a moment, then Hank queried, Did either of you happen to notice the name of that port? Helen said, I'm not sure exactly, but I thought it was the Da Vinci spaceport. That's what I thought too, said Hank. I reckon there's your answer, Jim. Back there in the Middle Ages, one day old Leonardo must have blew his nose or stubbed his toe or done something he didn't do in our history. And as a result, he succeeded in doing what he never done in our time, though he spent half his life a-trying to. He invented aircraft, which give man a flying start of 400 years or so over where he is in our universe, so that in the maybe world which sprung from Da Vinci's accident, man has learned how to navigate space. Well, that was all very well. I suppose I was getting an education in cockeyed history that Beard or Gibbon or any tome pedant would have swapped his eye teeth for. But I'm not the kind of guy who exists on brain food alone. I got a hollow, pear-shaped bulb a few inches south of my diaphragm, and regularly, about 6 times a day, this aforesaid vacancy declares itself ready, willing, and able to take care of a few pecks of assorted groceries. A mild attack of looseness around the belt reminded me that this was one of those times. Talking about space, Hank, that's what I got the most of in my stomach. What say we tool this period perambulating pushcart up to an ought-to-have-been cafe and give the inner man something to think about? Helen nodded approval to my idea. I could use a little food myself, Hank. Hank wet his lips. Jim, he faltered. Now look, pal, I declared firmly, I know you're having a good time. This sort of thing is right up your pet alley. But have a little consideration for your passengers. All Helen and I want is victuals, and we'll travel with you from here to the universe where Adam didn't eat the apple. Right, Helen? Round trip for a square meal. That's a fair exchange, isn't it? Hank said, Jim, Helen, what I got to say ain't nice. From the minute we started this trip, I've been worried about one thing. The other me, which we met back there in the room, realized it too, and he was also worried. You see, like Jim ought to realize after he couldn't grab a hold of that liquor bottle, we can't eat or drink while we're traveling in this crate. We can't? I realized suddenly and completely that he was right. That was one of the things he had tried to make clear. We had no real existence to these other worlds, nor they to us. I'm afraid I went into sort of a panic then. I said, then we've got to get back to our own time, Hank, or we'll starve to death. Hank said miserably, but that's just it, Jim. How are we going to get back to our own time? We don't know where it is. Like I already said, we seem to be traveling sideways across 1 billion possible times. And since I didn't get the temporal grapple installed like I planned to before Helen... He stopped. But Helen had caught the implication of his words. She cried suddenly, It's all my fault. Because I thought I knew it all, Hank. I've let us in for this. Oh, I wish I'd never tried to be so smart. That's a woman for you, I grunted disconsolately. Better late than clever. Hell, Hank, you mean we're doomed to sit here in nothing looking at worlds of food and liquid until we check out for malnutrition? Hank said staunchly, We ain't gonna give up that easy, Jim. We're gonna keep trying. Maybe by plain dumb luck I can work us back to our own proper place in time. And thus we started anew our time hopping. Hank's fingers went to work on the cryptic studs and keys. Again we became the wraith-like visitants of 80 odd incredible worlds. We saw one in which great bearded Norsemen ruled America, another in which the Union Jack flapped above docks on a great seaport. Dozens upon dozens of Americas we saw, and each of them was, by some guess, quite plausible and logical. Had Leif the Lucky's colony not been wiped out by the pox? Had the Sons of Liberty not roused the colonists to rebellion against George III? Had Aaron Burr not dueled and killed Hamilton? Had Columbus not believed himself headed toward the Indies? Hank's brow was as smooth as a corrugated washboard by now, and there was nervous haste to even his customarily placid fingers as he continued to press our shimmering buggy forward along the traverse lines of maybe. It ain't logical, he moaned once softly. Even if they is different circumstances that ought to spring from each other at a certain points, like the pictures you see of family trees or genealogies. But we ain't getting nowhere, and we ain't getting there fast. Meanwhile, I was getting hungrier by the minute. I don't know why it is, but there's nothing will make a man want to eat more than the knowledge that the cupboard is bare. My thoughts were not nearly so concerned with the wonders I was viewing than with visions of 10-inch T-bone steaks smothered in mushrooms, roast fowl, cranberry sauce and gravy, fried country ham with apples, things like that. And the drink question was even more acute. After all, we had been caged up in our little egg now for several hours. We were beginning to feel plenty thirsty. And our desire for water was not lessened by the thought that it was impossible to get any. That's when it began to seem to me that everywhere we visited, food and drink were prominently displayed. Once we landed in the middle of a gigantic banquet hall. Tables groaned with dainties fit for a king, and sure enough, there was a king seated at the head of the table. He was a mighty sick-looking king, though. When he laid eyes on us, he let loose a howl in what Helen claimed was modified Spanish and dived under the table. We left hastily before his kingship should leave his subjects kingless. I've often wondered since how many legends sprang from our visitations. There must have been hundreds of wild stories told by Indians, Frenchmen, Englishmen, Spaniards, and Dutch who saw a shadowy egg with 3 wraiths in it appear suddenly out of nowhere and as quickly disappeared. It was probably because of this that Hank turned to me finally with a pledge. "Tell you one thing, Jim," he said earnestly. "If we get out of this here now mess, the first thing I'm gonna do is bust this machine into 1,000,000 pieces. I done learned a lesson. It ain't right to go messing around in things like this when you can't control them perfect. It just ain't according to Hoyle to do it." "But if it contributes to science," I said. "It don't, Jim. It's all perfectly clear and logical to me now. You see, it wouldn't do a man no good to go gallivanting off into the past because all he'd do is start a new chain of could-be's. And it don't do no good for him to slide sideways through time because what he learns ain't of no consequence to him in his time and just disturbs the folks he meets. So after this, I'm gonna confine myself to trying to improve the affairs of the world we do live in." "Hey, what was that?" I had heard it too. I stared at him wildly. "It sounded like somebody calling your name," I said doubtfully. "That's what I thought," yelled Hank. "Listen, it's a voice coming closer." We all heard it plainly now, a voice calling curiously, pleadingly through the gray mist that engulfed us. "Hank! Oh, Hank Cleaver, where are you?" We all yelled, and I mean we yelled loud. And then out of the formless veil came a shimmer of light, a nebulous something that grew more solid, became more and more sharply visible as our cries attracted it, and finally coalesced into our own time machine with us sitting in it. End of section 13. Section 14 of 4 Stories of Horsesense Hank by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. Horsesense Hank in the Parallel Worlds. Chapter 5. The Time Twins. It's funny how, in moments of stress, dejection, or great elation, your mind will focus upon some tiny, relatively unimportant point. I should have been whooping with joy to look upon a set of familiar faces, even though those faces were our own. But you know, my first conscious reaction was one of rage. And why? Because, naturally, the first guy I looked at was myself, and there I was, sitting in that other ship, calmly munching on a great, big, rosy apple. I said, "Why, you damn glutton, you ought to be ashamed. I got half a notion to—" He grinned at me. I grinned at he? Oh, hell, you know what I mean. The other Jim Blakeson grinned at me and said, "What's the fuss, pal? Hungry? We figured you might be. Here, catch." He tossed the remainder of his apple at me. I clutched at it greedily, but of course it fell right into and through my grasping fingers, through my lap and the base of the time ship, and into the emptiness below. I've often wondered what became of that apple, and that particular moment we had just lifted ourselves from a weird America where the ruling class was made up of magicians, necromancers, and students of demonology. I've often wondered if the apple came tumbling out of the sky to smack some son of a witch on the head. Then the other Hank leaned forward and yelled to our Hank, "Got here as soon as I could, Cleaver. I had to get the machine finished proper so there wouldn't be no mess this time." And our Hank nodded. "Figured as much," he replied. "Kinda thought you'd come after us, but I didn't know whether you'd find us or not. How'd you trail us?" Hank number 2 looked sort of modest. He said, "Why, I had to fix up a new type of gadget. 'Peared like since me and you was almost identical, the same person, so to speak, we ought to have sort of psychic bonds, like this ESP they talk about. So I whipped up a psychic trailer and it seemed to work right well." If I had needed any further proof that these Hanks were fundamentally the same person, I had it now. Both of them were scientific pioneers. They had a native inborn ability to create, seemingly at a moment's notice, gadgets of such scientific scope that no other man would have believed them possible. But neither of them could ever give a plain, coherent reason as to how their inventions worked or why they had dared think it would work in the first place. My Hank accepted the statement as if it were quite commonplace. "Nice going," he said calmly. "You gonna lead us back where we belong?" The other Hank shook his head. "It's a little more complicated than that," he demurred. "I've been figuring it out, and it works only up to a certain point. You see, I can only take you back to where I was, where I first seen you. If I take you back to your place, I don't exist. But you do exist in my place because you was in it once, see? So, nodded our Hank gravely, and he glanced at Helen and me speculatively. "Did you tell 'em the rest of it?" "Why, no, I didn't. I figured what they don't know won't disturb 'em. Of course, there'll be a little bit of confusion at first, but—" "What?" demanded both Helens simultaneously. "Are you two talking about?" The query silenced both Hanks suddenly. Then Hank number 2 said, "Well, come on, follow me. I'll go slow and call the stud settings for you so's you can follow. 104. 104, repeated our Hank dutifully, and he pushed a button, so off we went again. Even I could see that this time our journey was a shorter, more direct, and more logical one than the haphazard voyage on which our incomplete time machine had borne us. I began to recognize a certain form, a certain coherence to the unfolding historic or pseudo-historic stops we made from time to check our course. Out of the scramble of heterogeneous possibilities, we merged into a history which was based on certain fundamentals every American schoolchild knows. We left those impossible Americas where foreign nations ruled, settled into a background approximating that I was accustomed to. There were still differences once we bumped into a political meeting of a party known as the Bull Moose. Helen said, "Why, I remember reading about that party. Theodore Roosevelt." "In 1912, finished the other Helen. "We must be getting close, Hank." "Yes, sweetie pie," said our Hank abstractedly, and blushed a brilliant crimson as he saw our Helen glare at him. We had one frightening experience. We came to a time wherein we looked out upon our little college town. We had set the positional stops by now and were hovering above the possibilities of that place, to find it a smoldering pile of wreckage and ruin. We were so horrified by this that we had to stop and discover the reason. It took some little doing, but finally we succeeded in learning the whole story. This desolate scene was my fault. In one of my possible existences, I had made the horrible mistake of paying my favorite tailor the money I owed him. Overcome by this unexpected fortune, he had gone out on a big drunk. As a result, he'd come home and set his shop on fire. The fire, getting swiftly out of control, had laid the entire city to ruin, killing hundreds and making thousands homeless. My double and I shuddered when we heard this awful tragedy. Helen shuddered too and stared at me severely. "Let that be a lesson to you, Jim Blakeson. Never run up bills like that again." "It is a lesson," I promised her. "I swear I will never pay any tradesman every cent I owe him so long as I live." And then, finally, the last stud had been pressed, the last instruction given and taken, and for the final time our two ships were hovering in the gray mists which are above time's passageways, and our two pilots were preparing for the move which they seemed to believe would solve our difficulty. And Hank number 2 said, "You got it straight now, Hank. You sit perfectly still. I guide my machine into yours, and at the moment of impact, you and I will both press our temporal landing studs, right?" "Right," said our Hank. "I guess it's the only way to do it, huh?" "Only way I can see. We got to make a merger." What?" I yelled, sitting bolt upright. Hank said, "Now calm down, Jim. Me figured this all out, and it's the only way we can get back to normal. You see, we and ourselves and the other ship is almost identical. Within 5 minutes or so of each other, we got the same brains, memories, and bodies. It's absolutely impossible for us here in this car to ever get back to exactly the situation we left, because under them circumstances, the ship wasn't never completed. So we got to do the next best thing. That is, we got to merge with ourselves and become the same person again, except that we will never have made this trip. Get it?" "If I do," I howled wildly, "I'm crazy. And if I don't, I'm crazy anyhow. I lose whether I win or lose. But if you think I'm going to become part of that silly-looking ape over there," the other me was howling with equal frenzy, "silly-looking ape yourself. Let me out of here, Hank. I'm not going to let him be a part of me." And the two Helens were swacking too. Neither of them entirely fancied the other. Now both began yammering at the same time. The two Hanks looked at each other, and our Hank said, "Now?" "Now," said the other Hank. I saw the two machines drifting together. I cried aloud. I felt the hulls contact. And then there came a moment of brilliant dizziness, a jolting sense of concussion, and a prickling sense of motion. Helen eyed with disdain the wavering, nebulous, egg-shaped machine standing before us. "And what," she demanded, "do you call this?" It's a time machine, honey," said Hank. Then a strange look dawned in his eyes. "Hey!" he said. "Hey! It worked!" I couldn't answer him, because momentarily I was a riot of mental confusion. My thoughts were so wild and so chaotic that they simply didn't make sense. Here I was, Jim Blakeson, standing in a room before Hank Cleaver's brand new time machine. Helen had just entered the room a moment ago, and yet my memory told me that hours had passed in this room, and that Helen and Hank and I had not only talked about the machine, but had stepped into it, had gone places in it, seen incredible things. Then it all came back to me in a flash, just as it came back to Helen and Hank, and the three of us stood there like wide-eyed cretins, trying to arrange our minds to fit an impossible situation. It was Helen who spoke first. She moaned weakly, I'm her now?" "And if you're her," I quavered, "I'm him. What a mess. I'm that heel who was eating the apple. I'm that wisecracking guy who was hungry. I'm both of me?" Only Hank retained a vestige of self-control. He put his arms around Helen, placed one warm hand on my shoulder. Now, don't get all het up, Jim. You're both of 'em. That's right. But it don't make no difference, you see, because the time lapse was so small. After the merger, we became both ourselves, which was lost in time, and ourselves, which, after seeing ourselves, went out and rescued us. Do you understand? Only too well, I moaned. I understand the biggest mistake of my life was finding you in that Westfield turnip patch. If only I'd left you there. I tottered toward the medicine cabinet. It was after I groped for the missing bottle that I remembered having handed it to me and breaking it before. I buried my face in my hands, clinging tightly to one reassuring sanity in a mad world. At least, I had only one personal history up to a few minutes ago. Then Hank disengaged Helen gently and moved to the side of his machine. He stared at it long and mournfully, then picked up a screwdriver. I promised me, he said, I'd dismantle this here thing, and I'm a-gonna do it, too, afore my good intentions weaken. It's too dangerous for a man to have around, seeing other time possibilities, experiencing twin memories. He stopped suddenly, stared at us. Twin memories. The ideas of two minds. I wonder. Wonder what? Them mental cases in hospitals, Jim. You know, what do you call 'em? Schizophrenics? Fellers with split personalities. I wonder if maybe somehow or another them poor guys ain't just fellers which somehow or another managed to get shunted off their own proper time track into another one and got their personalities so balled up they go plumb loco trying to straighten them out again. It could be. It's logical enough. I groaned and lurched out. Behind me boomed the merry clank of metal on metal. Hank was cheerfully dismantling his machine. He'd already chosen to forget our recent adventure. Tomorrow was another day. Tomorrow he would be off on still another dark quest down the mysterious byways of law and logic. And why not? For he was the scientific pioneer, Horsesense Hank, and who ever heard of a horse with nerves? End of section 14. End of 4 stories of Horsesense Hank by Nelson Bond.